House will come to order. Messages from the Senate.
Message from the Senate. This is the Carlson motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file herewith returned as amended by the Senate, in which amendment to concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House File 3014, an act relating to labor. Carlson moves that the House concur in the Senate amendments to House File 3014 and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Senate.
Representative Carlson.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is the bill that would create the Public Employee Relations Board, which is now known as the PERB Board, under the Bureau of Mediation Services. The board would handle unfair labor practice charges listed under PELRA administratively rather than the current practice of handling the unfair labor practices in the courts. And as we discussed when the bill was before us, it would be a much more efficient and cost-effective way to handle unfair labor practices. Remember, it would set up a board of 3 members with 3 alternates if one of the members had a conflict of interest. The Senate did remove some of the provisions that were in the House bill as it passed, arguing that they were redundant, that some of the issues we had in the bill were already covered under current law. So, Mr. Speaker, members, I would appreciate your support for the bill.
Discussion. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the author yield?
He will. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Carlson, are the concerted activity amendments that we put on in the House before the bill went out, are they still in the bill? Or?
Representative Carlson.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Drazkowski, no, they are not. If you'll recall, during the debate, when we had those amendments go on, I indicated that they were redundant because those issues are already covered in current law, and so the Senate felt that they were unnecessary. And during the debate at the time, when we put the amendments on, remember I said that I would accept them at that point in time, but that I viewed them as redundant as well. The Senate came to the same conclusion, and they removed those sections.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Carlson. If the representative would yield for another question.
He will. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Representative Carlson, we still have before us now, given that reality, a bill that does not have even a smidgen of definition for what concerted activity is, not only in the bill, but also in current law. Is that correct?
Representative Carlson.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Drazkowski, current PELRA law defines what is a concerted activity in the sense that it covers in law what you may or may not do during the collective bargaining process. So I think one of the amendments, for example, was that was offered dealt with bullying on the picket line and that kind of thing, and current law would already prevent that kind of thing. So basically what this would cover in current law would be anything that would be an illegal activity, but it would protect those rights of collective bargaining, informational picketing, and so on that does periodically, if there's a dispute, go on. But I'd like to remind members, while I have the floor, that this bill just deals with unfair labor practices in a different way, a more cost-effective way. Currently, if any of those issues surfaced, you'd have to go to court. That's very expensive. On average, the range generally was $50,000 to $70,000 per case, where in this case it would be about $5,000. So both the employer and the employee organizations and any individual that would file an unfair labor practice would find that this is faster, more efficient, and cost-effective. Mr. Speaker, while I'm up, I would like a roll call vote.
A roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Carlson, for that additional discussion. And I did hear, Representative Carlson, what you said, and it's similar to the assertions you made around definitions or lack thereof in law when we heard the bill on the floor the first time. And you pointed us then to the particular section in PELRA, and I recall very clearly reading that section, and that is not the definition of concerted activity. There is not a definition of concerted activity in law. And so members, there still is not only not a definition of what concerted activity is in law, but it also is not in the bill. We are leaving it wide open for interpretation, wide open for ostensibly for court fights around the interpretation. I think, members, this is a bad move. We attach some definitions, or at least some limitations on what the definition shouldn't or couldn't be when it left the floor, and the conference committee ripped them all off of the bill before it came back. And not only that, but the discussion and the argument that the current process is expensive, I think is misguided. This bill costs another $125,000 of the taxpayers of Minnesota. And I remember very clear in having the discussion on the floor as we looked at other states and looking at their PELRA boards, that if we did some extrapolation of what was going on in other states, that we could expect in the next biennium somewhere in the neighborhood of $2 million and a handful of additional FTEs because of the requirements set forward in this bill and the expectations around larger government that this bill creates. We are creating a larger government that is going to affect us in the out biennium, and we're going to be asked to, again, take more money from the taxpayers of Minnesota to fund these government building activities that we see happening in the majority here. Members, I'd encourage a solid red vote on this concurrence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the author yield to a question or two?
He will. Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Carlson, I'm wondering that does the concurrence include language prohibiting that those who donate gifts and grants to the board, gifts or grants to the Bureau of Mediation Services from serving as a member of PERB?
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Carlson.
Representative Pepin, no.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Carlson. I think that's more problematic. As you know, I didn't like the House bill when it left. I think this bill is even more problematic. One of the concerns I had was that there was actually no requirement that anybody on the PERB board had any legal training, even though they're going to act as a judge and a jury and be able to award sanctions. Is that fixed in the concurrence, Representative Carlson, so that these people have to have some kind of training, mediation, or some kind of legal training?
Representative Carlson.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Pepin, the answer to that is yes. A qualified neutral is a person who has completed training and continuing education requirements and is certified by the state court administrator.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry, Representative Carlson, can you repeat that? They're required to be on the list of neutrals?
Representative Carlson.
If you are considered a qualified neutral, you would have gone through training to become a qualified neutral. That would be education requirements and be certified by the state court administrator.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry, Representative Carlson. I still don't understand. Is that required that they be a neutral? You're just explaining to me what a neutral is. I'm just wondering if it is required under this bill that to be on this board, someone goes through the training to be on the list of qualified neutrals. A simple yes or no is fine.
Representative Carlson.
These are appointments by the governor, and if the governor appoints a qualified neutral, they will have had to be certified by the court administrator. The bill doesn't require that, but if you're going to appoint a qualified neutral, and that would be one of the three, they would have had to be certified by the court administrator.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Carlson. So what I gather then is that there is no requirement. The governor may or may not choose to put someone who has a smidgen of legal training. Representative Carlson, one of the things I didn't like about the original bill is that it could potentially allow 5 days after the issuance of a complaint to hold hearings on allegations, which is far short of what civil procedure normally requires. And is that changed at all in this concurrence, Representative Carlson?
Representative Carlson.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Pepin, my recollection is that I think the ruling has to be within 5 to 20 days, but that's after all the documents and so on have been submitted to the board. So really the timeline for preparation is longer than that, but once the information dealing with an unfair labor practice has been presented, then they have, I think it's from 5 to 20 days.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Carlson. Well, members, I would again encourage you to no vote on this, and I want you to really consider what's in this bill. What we're allowing is some folks who have no requirement that they have any legal training. They don't have to be a lawyer. They don't have to be a judge. They're basically just political appointments, and they get to use the power of the court, even though they shouldn't have the power of the court. Unless something's changed from the last bill I read, there's no requirements that they follow any particular rules of civil procedure, or it wasn't clear about evidentiary rules that are required either. And members, the biggest problem is that we already have a process in place for this. This is nothing but a political board. It's going to be, and as far as Representative Carlson saying that this is going to save cost, it is not going to save cost. There's a fiscal cost to it. But not only that, in order to actually enforce this, it's going to have to go to a real court, which makes sense, but it certainly is going to extend the process, and it's going to be much more costly. So, members, I would encourage you to vote against this in concurrence. It's even worse than it was when it left here, and if it does pass and we do concur, then I encourage you to vote against it.
Representative Carlson.
Mr. Speaker, I think members should be reminded before they vote on this with the issues that are being raised on the other side of the aisle. 35 states have a process that's very similar to what we're doing. There are only 3 states that require the process that Minnesota currently uses, and they are Arkansas and Texas, and then our own state, Minnesota. So the vast majority of the states use this faster, more cost-efficient way of handling unfair labor practices. The references to the cost in the bill, the first year the cost is for rulemaking, and after that it is a minimal cost as we move forward of $125,000 per year. And I would remind members that the average cost, if you go into court, as I was saying earlier, is from $50,000 to $75,000 or $50,000 to $70,000 a year, and sometimes even higher. And that's a cost for both sides. So when you figure $125,000, 1 or 2 unfair labor practice issues under the current system would exceed very easily that 125. So the long term would be a cost savings.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Faust yield to a question?
Representative Faust will yield. Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Faust, I'm looking at the Senate amendment for the concurrence, and I'm wondering, because you and I share First Light in Mora, will Section 11 on page 13 of the amendment, the unfair labor practices involving charitable hospitals, will our First Light be affected by this?
Representative Faust.
I'm sorry, Speaker and Representative Erickson. I was actually in another conversation, and I don't have that amendment in front of me. Give me 1 minute, and I'll get back to you in a little bit.
Mr. Speaker, charitable hospitals are included in the bill, we did have this discussion, and in fact, I think we even had an amendment dealing with that. The term charitable hospitals, this may be a bit confusing. We're talking about public hospitals that would employ public employees. They're generally smaller hospitals, and smaller employers would clearly benefit by this bill, because a smaller employer having to pay in an unfair practice situation, some of the numbers that I shared with you earlier, that $50,000 to $70,000 per case, if they have an unfair labor practice and use this system, and it were to cost them on average $5,000, those smaller public charitable hospitals would find it much more cost effective to use this system than to have to go into the courts.
Representative Faust.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my understanding is the hospital in Caneva County in Mora is not a charitable hospital, so I don't believe that it would fall under this category.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the motion to concur. The clerk will close the roll. There being 73 ayes and 60 nays, the motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended by the Senate.
Third reading, House File 3014, as amended by the Senate.
Third reading. Further discussion. Representative Driscollowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the author yield for question?
He will. Representative Driscollowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Carlson, thank you for yielding. Could you tell us what you expect the future costs and FTE liabilities for the taxpayers of this newly created board to be in the out biennium?
Representative Carlson. Mr. Speaker, the cost that is built into the bill is $125,000. The other states that have a similar system that would be similar in size to Minnesota have a very small or lean staff. The investigators that would be used are current staff, so we would be using current staff to investigate any unfair labor practice. So the costs would be minimal. The FTEs would be very minimal at $125. If you figure the salary and fringe benefit of one person, you can see that that's going to be a very small FTE.
Representative Driscollowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Carlson. I thought the 125 was current biennium, but I was kind of curious what the out biennium is and what would be anticipated. It looks like Representative Carlson will yield, Mr. Speaker.
He will yield. Representative Carlson.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Driscollowski, that 125 carries forward. The first year would be rulemaking, and so that's permanent funding at 125.
Representative Driscollowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Carlson. Well, Representative Carlson, I know the fix is in here. This bill is going to pass, and the Democrats are going to pass this government building bill, as we've seen a lot of them come before us. But I will be looking, whether I am here or wherever I am next year, to with a keen eye to see what really the requirements are, because as I've looked at some of the other states and again extrapolated back against what we might expect in Minnesota here, expecting our same or expecting the population of the state, I expect the cost is going to be quite a bit greater than this. And as we look around to the size and the trends around the expansion of government that predictably is what we will see. So again, members encourage a no vote on this government building unaffordable bill. Thank you.
Representative Carlson.
Mr. Speaker, just very briefly, we do have a disagreement. I view that it's reducing the cost of government when you look at what it costs to go through the courts, so I would appreciate your support.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill. Clerk will close the roll. There being 74 ayes and 59 nays, the bill is passed as amended by the repassed as amended by the Senate, and its title agreed to. Representative Anzos, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. Speaker, point of personal privilege.
State your point of personal privilege.
Mr. Speaker and members, on Saturday, May 3rd, former 8th District Congressman James L. Oberstar passed. Congressman Oberstar was first elected to Congress in 1974, and he served 36 years in the United States House of Representatives. He was Minnesota's longest serving member of Congress. Congressman Oberstar was the son of an Iron Range hard rock iron ore miner. Congressman Oberstar was also the son of the Mesabi, the Cuyuna, and the Vermilion iron ore ranges. He was proud of his roots. He never forgot where he came from. The Iron Range legislative delegation, the 8 of us, Senators Bach, Saxog, and Tomassoni, and Representatives Metza, Moline, Radinovich, Dill, and myself, ask that we observe a moment of silence and gratitude for the public service provided to the people of the 8th District and all of Minnesota by Congressman James L. Oberstar.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following Senate file herewith transmitted as amended by in which amendment to concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House File 3017, an act relating to public safety. Paymar moves that the House concur in the Senate amendments to House File 3017 and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Senate.
Representative Paymar.
Mr. Speaker and members, this is the Department of Public Safety unsession bill. It basically, the Senate and the House are in basic agreement with all of the provisions that we have removed from statute that were either obsolete or redundant or outdated. The only two provisions that were not included, and which I'm asking for concurrence, has to do with the Violent Crimes Coordinating Commission, which was established after the Metro Gang Strike Force scandal. And in retrospect, when I looked at the amendment, I think it may have given what's called the VCCC more power than actually I had wanted. I was trying to set some controls for the Commissioner of the Department of Public Safety. I'm not sure that the amendment quite got there. So I'm hoping that the legislative auditor that did some work on the Metro Gang Strike Force will look at this, the expansion of the Violent Crimes Coordinating Council, and rein them in. We don't want to have a situation occur that occurred a few years ago where the Metro Gang Strike Force was acting as really rogue police officers, and it ended up costing the state $1 million in penalties. So that will have to be addressed at a different time, but I would ask you to support the House File 3017.
Any discussion? Representative Zellers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Paymar yield to a question?
He will. Representative Zellers.
Representative Paymar, is this the Paymar-Gruenhagen bill? Just to be curious for the members before they're fully informed, ready to vote.
Representative Paymar.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Zellers, the Paymar-Gruenhagen bill already passed on Friday. This is a different bill.
Oh, that's too bad. Well, thank you, Mr.
Representative Zellers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I'll vote accordingly then, unless Representative Gruenhagen gives us the green light over here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Gruenhagen. No, that's okay. All those in favor of the motion, say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended by Senate.
Third reading, House File 3017, as amended by the Senate.
Third reading. Further discussion. The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. (133 ayes and 0 nays). The bill is repassed as amended by the Senate, and its title agreed to.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following Senate files herewith transmitted. Senate File 1740, 2099, 2192, 2423, and 2454.
First reading of Senate files.
Introduction and first reading of Senate File 1740, an act relating to telecommunications. Atkins moves that Senate File 1740 and House File 1952, now in the General Register, be referred to the Chief Clerk for comparison.
Without objection, so ordered.
Introduction and first reading of Senate File 2099, an act relating to campaign finance. Atkins moves that Senate File 2099, House File 2463, now in the General Register, be referred to the Chief Clerk for comparison.
Without objection, so ordered.
Introduction and first reading of Senate File 2192, an act relating to environment. Hortman moves that Senate File 2192, House File 2542, now in the General Register, be referred to the Chief Clerk for comparison.
Without objection, so ordered.
Introduction and first reading of Senate File 2423, an act relating to public safety. Laine moves that Senate File 2423, House File 2833, now in the General Register, be referred to the Chief Clerk for comparison.
Without objection, so ordered.
Introduction and first reading of Senate File 2454, an act relating to natural resources. Dill moves that Senate File 2454, House File 2751, now in the General Register, be referred to the Chief Clerk for comparison.
Without objection, so ordered. Calendar for the day. First bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 2398. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 2398 on the calendar for today, an act relating to commerce, the second engrossment.
Representative Halverson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is my bill. And today we take up the Senate file because it reflects some changes that were made and agreed upon with the various parties with regard to self-storage. As you all may know, there are about 900 self-storage facilities in the state of Minnesota. I've got more than 6 in my district alone, and as you drive around, you'll probably start to notice them now that we're taking action on this. 25 years ago, Minnesota self-storage laws were put into place, and so today we're here to modernize the bill, modernize the language around self-storage, and streamline the lien law process, which is going to make it more effective for both consumers and for the small businesses. Often these self-storage facilities are family-owned businesses, so it's going to be a real improvement for the small businesses in our community. We have significant protections in this language for consumers, particularly around military personnel and around people who might be a bit more mobile than they had been in the past. We know that people tend to want to communicate more by electronic means, do business electronically, and we allow that in this bill. Currently, it's not even dealt with. The internet was not on our radar screen when this was passed. We've worked with the Bankers Association, the Newspaper Association, Minnesota Credit Unions, Legal Aid, the Governor's Office extensively on this bill. You can all feel very good that we are going to be passing a bill today that's going to be very good for consumers and very good for our small businesses. And with that, I know that there are some amendments to the bill.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Halverson moving to amend Senate File 2398. The second engrossment is followed. The amendment is coded A2.
Representative Halverson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a technical amendment, author's amendment, that reflects some additional changes that I've worked out with both Legal Aid and the Governor's Office. And I'm happy to answer any questions about it, but it gets the bill in the final shape that all parties have agreed to.
Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Lesh moving to amend Senate File 2398. The second engrossment is followed. The amendment is coded 1162.
Representative Lesh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the previous version, the drafters went out of their way to ensure that the language applied to benefit service members, but they included just the Title 10 full-time active duty service members. So I asked them about National Guard and Reserve. So they have this amendment would change it so it also applies to members of the National Guard or Reserve component under Title 32, which I'm sure was their intent anyway. I don't think it's controversial at all. So I ask for your support.
Representative Halverson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of Representative Lesh's bill. He's certainly right. This reflects the spirit of the law as we intend it, and I appreciate his advice in this amendment. So please vote yes.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. Clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 2398 as amended.
Third reading. Further discussion to the bill. Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 132 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. Next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 2684. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 2684, the first engrossment, an act relating to transportation.
Representative Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Before you is a bill that modifies the provisions in the Teen Graduated Driver's License Bill. This bill seeks to increase the passing rate of students when they take their driver's test, and it does it in 2 ways. The first way is to inform parents who are the primary enforcers of our laws with their children when they get behind the wheel, and the second way is to increase the number of hours that a driver learning to drive puts behind the wheel before they take their exam. Members, currently in the state of Minnesota, we have 36% of the kids who fail their driver's exam the first time they take it, which means we have a backlog around the state of students trying to take exams, and I know examples of children and parents driving from Stillwater all the way down to Preston, Minnesota in order to take their exam. If we have more children passing their test the first time, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If we have children passing their exam the first time, we won't have this backlog. So members, I have a bill here that does this with a carrot and not a stick. It is voluntary participation for parents. If they choose to take the parent class offered, they can have 10 hours of less driving time with their students. So it's a carrot, not a stick approach. We want better drivers, safer roads, and we hope to save lives. And members, there's a handout that should be coming around called Point of Impact that I encourage you to look at. It demonstrates very clearly that parents don't know the rules of the road, and after the driver's class, they learn those rules and are able to help their teens be better drivers. So I very much appreciate your vote.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Benson M. moving to amend House File 2684, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A3.
Representative Benson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is a bill as an amendment that has been around for at least 3 years. I know I heard it when it was in Transportation Finance a number of years ago. But this would allow for an alternative to the classroom only, the classroom portion, for that to be able to be presented in an internet-based delivery method. Delivery method, in fact, approved by the Commissioner of Public Safety. As an educator in higher education, and I'm sure all of you are aware, the internet has become a very vital source. And I think about my own technical college down there in Rochester, the Rochester Community and Technical College. I think somewhere in the neighborhood of about 30% of the courses and materials delivered are now through the internet. This simply would allow for a teenager to be able to take the classroom-only portion through the internet with a program that is approved by the Commissioner of Public Safety. And Representative Norton brought up distances in terms of Preston, Minnesota and the like. Well, this is something that's favored tremendously by our rural educators in understanding that out there it's sometimes pretty difficult to take a student in to get this classroom completed. This would allow at least this portion of it, a significant portion, to be completed over the internet. And through a delivery method that is very approved by most educators around the nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, first, Representative Benson, this was not a bill that I could find introduced this session, and while it has been heard recently several times, it's also been defeated by this body several times, and I would encourage the same today. It is opposed by the Department of Public Safety as well as the driver education instructor groups. And members, last year in 2013, there was a task force created to look at these standards. and it is a little premature for this as the results have not yet been published of that study. And additionally, NHTSA standards suggest direct student-driver contact, and internet-based learning does not provide that. And so, members, this hasn't been vetted by the committee process, and I would encourage a no vote.
Representative Benson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think you looked my way to remind me that I should roll call this. So I appreciate that. And so, members and Representative, no, I'm really surprised you're poo-pooing
Let's
this.
do that first. If in 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Okay. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Norton, I'm surprised you're poo-pooing our great amendment here simply because, as an educator yourself, you know how mainstream internet teaching is and as a delivery method. So, members, just to recognize again that this is not the on-the-road portion. That can't be done certainly through the internet. This is only the classroom portion, and a high percentage of the delivery of education these days is accomplished over the internet. So really all we're talking about here is updating and becoming more modern in our delivery of driver's education. Thank you so much.
Representative Anzels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's getting very loud very quickly today, so please take your conversations to the alcove or to the retiring room. Representative Anzels.
Members, the hours of instruction, the classroom portion of driver education, I'd have a hard time describing as a delivery method. It's more give and take and problem solving and hypothetical questions that youngsters come up with about this unbelievable privilege that they're about to get, hopefully, which is the privilege of having a license to drive an automobile. Granted, it was many, many years ago, but I was a classroom driver education instructor myself. And it was way, way before technology enhancements that you are seeking to substitute for that classroom teacher. In this regard, I don't think there is a substitute for that hands-on person in front of kids, teaching them, answering their questions, and providing sound, safe education so that they can drive an automobile. So I would urge you to vote no on this amendment.
Representative Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, I'm one who's carried this bill in the past. Representative Benson, thank you for bringing up the amendment, but I'm going to vote no today. In part because I don't want to complicate the bill unnecessarily, in part because this really does need to be vetted a bit. The particular provision of your amendment, for my taste, leaves out a couple things that would, I think, reassure some people on the floor. I think that the idea is worth pursuing. About a third of states in the United States, or a third of the population, I should say, currently lives under rules that allow, as just a menu item, an online option here. And I think it makes great sense in many ways, so I thank you for bringing it to our attention. But I'm going to vote no, even though I've carried the bill, because I don't think this is the place to legislate this particular provision under these circumstances. So I'm going to be voting no.
Representative Benson.
Well, one last comment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in that, I knew that Representative Simon had carried this bill before. I was actually hoping that maybe he would get up and speak for it, as I know many of my rural colleagues. So I was actually surprised that my colleague on the other side from a rural area would be so negative on something that, in fact, would help the young people, especially rural poor, as long as they have internet, would definitely benefit from this. So, members, I'm not going to belabor it. I just appreciate a green vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 47 ayes and 86 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Runbeck, moving to amend House File 2684, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A4.
Representative Runbeck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And thank you to Representative Norton for bringing this bill. When you have such a backlog as you've described, it needs to be obviously addressed. So 36% of the kids failing their first driving test. And I think your bill offers one solution. I think we ought to complete the process and look at the other side of it, which is let's make these driver's test stations more available so that those families who have kids who fail the test are able to get that rescheduled in as quick a time as possible. So my amendment would say that the Commissioner shall ensure that a subsequent exam is available within 10 days, 10 business days of when they make that appointment or attempt to make that appointment. We're talking about, parental convenience, especially for those families that have to drive a certain distance to find somewhere else to get the test and so on. So I think this is a good amendment, and it would kind of complete the circle with this whole process. Appreciate a green vote, and would like to have a roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Hoppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I am the parent of a now 17-year-old daughter, so we went through the process of getting a driver's license about a year ago. I have a son who's 15, so we're going to be looking at it again. So both of my kids are right in the middle of this, and all of their friends are. And I have become aware of a whole sort of subculture of parents that have to drive around the metro area and outside the metro area, sometimes to take the test after they failed it, but sometimes to take the test the first time. And I'm not going to give away any secret locations, but there are places where you can go and get in line on certain days of the week. If you get there early enough, if you're one of the first 3 or 5 people waiting in line, you might have a chance to get in and get an examination without having an appointment. Now, there are people that are driving over an hour year-round to sit at some of these places, and they get there at 5 o'clock in the morning when the examination stations open up, or at 8 or 9. So I think Representative Norton has a good bill. I like the Runbeck amendment. This is something that we need to pay attention to. I have generally never been in favor of bigger government, but this is one of the things that we could do for our constituents, for our citizens, and really make it easier for people to go out and get driver's licenses. The state is making money on it. We should have more examiners and more stations and make it more convenient for people to do it. We also need to take a look, one more little last plug, we need to take a look at how people are able to sign up for these tests. There are, I have heard stories anecdotally from people all over the metro area, from friends and acquaintances, people that have had kids where they try to call their local exam station and they cannot get through. And the people at the local municipality or county will blame the state will blame the locals, and I'm not sure entirely who's right. But if we set up a website and we set up phone numbers for people to call to get these tests scheduled and they don't work, members, I think this is something that we need to take a look at. I think we need to take a look at it right now and in the future and make sure that this is something we're getting done for the people of the state. I would concur with the Runbeck amendment and with the Norton bill. Thank you.
Representative Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Runbeck, thank you for bringing this issue up, because it is, and Representative Hoppe, you too, this is a concern, and it sounds like it is in the metro area, but I think it is in many places of the state. And so I don't serve on the Transportation Committee. As I understand it, though, in asking around, a similar amendment, but not this amendment, has been discussed, and it had 12 FTEs, and there was a price tag attached to it, and the department therefore is concerned about doing this on the floor. So I am very interested in this issue. I think we perhaps need to bring it up again in a Finance Committee bill so that we can actually provide the FTEs that would be needed to do exactly what you're talking about, because it is a significant problem in the state. But because it does have a fiscal impact on the state, it's not appropriate for this bill, members. The department's concerned about it, but I would strongly encourage some discussion in a committee on this issue. So I'm going to encourage a no vote right now, and perhaps one of the Transportation Committee members would have further information.
Seeing Frank Hornstein. Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I also agree with the author, Representative Norton, that there is a need. I'm a parent and obviously have experienced this backlog, but it will cost money, as Representative Norton pointed out. And so we should properly vet this in the Transportation Finance Committee. We should get a sense of the number of FTEs and other costs and concerns that DPS has. And if this bill is brought to our committee next year, and I would certainly want to have a hearing on that. So, members, I would also encourage a no vote, but mainly for the fiscal vetting issue, not necessarily the policy, which we would have to also vet in the proper format. So I'd encourage a no vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Runbeck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I hear really what you're saying, but I think in this situation, it's pretty obvious that we've got some issues here, and it's kind of obvious that the bill doesn't go anywhere near far enough in solving the problems. I mean, we're hearing about families that are waiting 6 to 8 weeks for that next test to be scheduled. We're hearing about other families driving and are sitting and waiting in a testing station all day long, hoping for some cancellations. We're hearing from other folks going around the state to try to find an available testing station. I would encourage folks to support this bill. It's always easy to say from the agency that it's going to cost more money. Let's put this into effect and find out really just without raising money. Let's see how they can become more cost effective. Let's see how they can deploy their resources and better use what they have to make this happen. So I would encourage a green vote and really helping parents and families with this bill.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment.
Okay, we got it.
Clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 71 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 2684,
Third reading. Further discussion of the bill. Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. Clerk will close the roll. There being 85 ayes and 48 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 2449. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 2449, unofficially engrossed and reprinted for the House to include committee amendments, an act relating to natural resources.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the 2014 lands bill. It's just a way for the DNR to move tax forfeited land and other land that they're not particularly using and put them on the public tax rolls. It's a good bill. It's supported by the DNR, and we have many parts, both for and against. We got Representative Fabian's Kitson County in there and Representative Gunther's bill in there, so it's a good bill. Vote green.
The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 2449.
Third reading. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Erickson, for bringing this bill forward. He did make reference to a small piece that's in there. There was some discussion with the parks people and so forth. They had some discomfort with it at first, but we got the language straightened out. People up in Kitson County really appreciate the work on this bill, and I encourage a green vote. Thank you.
Representative Gunther.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Erickson, this is a good bill, and in the last minute, you made a restaurant owner in Fairmont, Minnesota very happy. Please vote green.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 133 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 2852. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 2852, the fourth engrossment, an act relating to natural resources.
Representative Dill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is commonly known as the Game and Fish Bill that we usually do more towards the end of the session. And the bill basically is a group of legislation that deletes certain things that we've decided in committee that we were deleting, and is a non-controversial bill. I've had only one member come and talk to me about the bill as it's before you, and I was able to answer the questions. I've had no further questions about the bill itself in caucus or with any of my neighbors, and I'd like you to support the bill. Now, there are a couple of amendments, and I will give you my take on the amendments as they come up, and I'm ready to go to amendments unless there are questions.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
McDonald moving to amend House File 2852, the fourth engrossment, as follows. The amendment is coded A25.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This provision just deletes the section regarding the owl and mouse provision. So I encourage you to vote in favor of this particular amendment. It'll allow photographers to continue to photograph God's beautiful owls and share them with the rest of Minnesota. So I encourage a green vote, and with that I address. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Dill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm supporting the amendment. It's a good amendment. We had this put on in Ways and Means by Representative Huntley, and I believe he will agree as well. Let him talk to the amendment that he put on the bill.
Representative Huntley.
I do support this amendment, Mr. Chair and members. I think we should vote for it. This turned out to be a much more controversial issue than I thought it was, and it should have some hearings next year.
All those in favor of the amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Isaacson moving to amend House File 2852, the fourth engrossment, as follows. The amendment is coded 270.
Representative Isaacson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. After a lot of intense negotiations with people on the Environment Committee and the DNR, we've come to some peace in the valley and hope that you'll support double restitution value, which means that when people are poaching, if they have one or more private convictions for taking wolves as poaching, now they're going to have to pay double the fine. Thank you.
Representative Dill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I would encourage your support of this. No one, especially particularly now that we have a season on wolves, should ever consider taking one illegally, let alone more than once, and we should support this amendment.
Representative Isaacson.
Thank you, and I would like a roll call on this vote, please.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The clerk will take the roll. Clerk will close the roll. There being 116 ayes and 16 nays, the motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Isaacson moving to amend House File 2852, the fourth engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 1159.
Representative Isaacson.
Thank you, members. This is a bill relating to taking the size in which you can take a muskie from a lake. I am a muskie fisherman, and Minnesota has simply the best muskie fishing in the world. We are the premier muskie location, and if you enjoy muskie fishing, then I think you'll certainly understand the importance of this amendment, because our goal here is to keep the best DNA in the lake reproducing, to provide for stronger and stronger populations of muskies. So what we're trying to accomplish here is increase the size in increase the slot limit size for muskies in which you can take a muskie from a lake. Right now it's at 48 inches, and I want to move it up to 55 inches. I've been working with muskie fishing associations across the state, and this is something we think is a pretty important thing to do to ensure that we continue to have the best muskie fishing in the country. There are a couple other parts that gives the DNR some authority to set some rules, and we're willing to negotiate on that as we go to conference committee.
Representative Dill.
All right, members, I want you to listen carefully to this, because this amendment I do not agree with. First off, the department has all of the tools that they need to accomplish this if they believe it is necessary. Let me tell you about muskie fishing. I've been here 12 years, and they are a very, very significant group of people who try to improve muskie fishing, and they do a great job. But let's talk about the actual act of fishing. Have you ever watched a single show on Fox Sports North, Midwest Outdoors, Butch Furtman, Ron Schera, or any other program that showed a single muskie fisherman keeping a muskie of any length? That's the first question you have, because they are so passionate about the size of the fish that are in a lake that they could have an opportunity to catch, that if they catch a 30-inch muskie, they turn it back so that next year they might catch a 32-inch muskie. And if they catch a 48-inch northern, they put it back, they put it back in the lake so they might catch a 50-inch the following year in the same location. So actually, the muskie fishermen police themselves quite well. Now, Representative Isaacson is going to tell you that isn't the case in all instances. Well, that isn't the case on anything. People who shoot a hen pheasant, for example, they're not supposed to do that either. But this is something that is self-policed amongst the muskie fishermen. Now, on Lake Vermilion, quite a few resorts contacted me, and said that they supported the 55-inch. But again, the same muskie fishermen that are fishing in the Lake Vermilion Lake and other lakes, Crane Lake, which has one of the largest muskies caught in the entire state of Minnesota at the Vermilion Gorge, they are put back in the lake. So what we're doing is we're making a law that is already being done, and the DNR has all of the tools in the toolbox to get this done. And so there is absolutely no reason for this legislation, in my estimation. And I'm certainly willing to hear Representative Isaacson's rebuttal.
Representative Isaacson.
One thing is for sure, Representative Dill is correct that muskie fishermen are very passionate about fishing for muskies. There's no doubt about that. And I agree that many of the muskie fishermen that are out there that are serious about this definitely know how to put the fish back in the lake. On top of that, they know to take the barbs out of the hooks. That's great. They're not the folks I'm concerned with. You're absolutely right that those folks do take the time to do what they need to do, but there are a lot of other folks who don't, and that's my concern. And on top of that, if we're not concerned that you believe it's already going to be happening, then if we pass a law that saves a few more fish and keeps a positive population of lakes, and it really takes time to help inform the public about muskie fishing, then why would we be against it? That doesn't make sense to me. So I'm hoping that you guys will support me on this and support muskie fishermen and the muskie population in Minnesota. Thank you.
Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I too am a muskie fisherman, and I haven't had the opportunity to catch a 55-incher yet, but I'm hoping that I do. Mr. Speaker, if Representative Isaacson would yield to a question, please.
He will. Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Isaacson, someday you and I will go fishing on Lake of the Woods. That should be very interesting. Here's one of the concerns that I have with regards to your amendment. I have released several muskies over 50 inches. Have not had the opportunity I've not had the unfortunate situation arise where I've not been able to revive a muskie after we've been caught. And you're a muskie fisherman, you say that. But let's just say that the unfortunate situation happens where I do catch a 53-inch muskie, and you talked about the barbs being off the hooks, which I support strongly. But every once in a while they'll get hooked kind of deep, and you'll tear the gills out of them, and you can spend a half an hour or 45 minutes trying to revive them. At some point, this fish may wind up being dead. That fish is going to now lay in the water. The seagulls are going to pick away at it. Eventually it's going to sink to the bottom, and the crayfish are going to eat that. Is it your intention that that fish, which really in some cases would be considered to be a trophy, is now not going to be able to be kept and made use of in some fashion?
Well, while I would always support the circle of life taking place, and I think that's a good example of that, I think that the intent of this bill is much more focused on the idea of keeping the live ones around. That's my biggest concern. My concern as a fisherman isn't out here so I could take a giant fish out of a lake and put it on the wall. Right? My concern is to enjoy the sport of fishing the way my dad taught me when I was a little kid. And I enjoy that, and part of why that enjoyment for me is releasing the fish. Is there a fish mortality when fish get caught? That's just a part of the game, unfortunately. That's the truth. 15, 25%, depending on the fish, the lake, and the circumstance. But I'll tell you that at this point in time, that is not the concern I'm coming forward with this bill. My concern with this bill is keeping the healthy, good muskies, the healthy, good DNA in the lakes, so we can continue to have a strong muskie population.
Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can see you're spellbound by this discussion. Thank you. No. Representative Isaacson, if you'd yield to one more question, Mr. Speaker.
He will. Representative Fabian.
Well, Representative Isaacson, I've fished muskies many, many times on Lake of the Woods, and never have I seen a muskie come to the dock that's being kept by somebody. As Representative Dill points out, the DNR already has all of the tools in their toolbox to be able to do what you're trying to do. And granted, whether we do fish muskies on the Ontario side of Lake of the Woods, the DNR has no jurisdiction. There's a few spots on the American side, but not that many. I'm curious to know, my question is how many muskies have you seen that have been taken out of the lake, you talked about that, when they should have been released.
Representative Isaacson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me first say that it would be my pleasure to go muskie fishing with you on Lake of the Woods. Anytime, you just got to let me know. Second of all, I can tell you that I have not seen a 55-inch muskie in my life, other than on the wall at Reed Sporting. That's it. And so I'm not so sure when you deal with empirical science that an N of 1 results in anything that we can really count on, just because you, and I'm sure you fished a lot, but I'm not sure that you're a representative sample of what we've experienced. And all it takes is for 2 or 3 fish in a lake a year to be taken out that we may not see, that can still result in a loss of really good DNA in that lake. So while I personally haven't seen it, because I'm an N of 1, I'm not representative of all fishermen in the state, I can tell you that this is a problem we do need to manage.
Representative Uglum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I too rise in support of Chair Dill's position on the muskies. I have the fortunate circumstances to have had a lake home on Leech Lake, probably one of the premier muskie fisheries in the state of Minnesota. Been up there for over 25 years. I have never, ever seen a muskie taken. Muskies are they're always released back into the water. A 55-inch muskie is a very rare fish. I will agree with that. But nobody mounts a live muskie or a taken muskie. They'll measure it, they'll return it to the water, they'll get a graphite mount. And from a practical perspective, in the marketplace, a graphite mount will last forever. So Representative Dill is entirely correct on this. It's an unnecessary bill here for the 55 inches. Thank you.
Representative Metza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise in support of Representative Dill's position. I've been loosely affiliated with Muskies, Inc. for many, many years and understand the importance of it being a game fish in our state and attracting business. However, my predecessor's been 48 inches most of his life and trying to get to 55 for a long time, and we didn't pass a special law for him, so vote no.
Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if the amendment author would yield for a couple questions.
He will. Representative McNamara.
And Mr. Speaker, maybe to speed it up, Representative Isaacson, maybe I'll try and just list them all, and if we can catch it in one question, might work the easiest. I'm curious where the Resort Association, if you know where they are on the bill, the Minnesota DNR, Muskies, Inc., and the Dark House Association, 4 different ones there. Thank you.
Representative Isaacson.
Representative McNamara, members, the Dark House Association are one of the primary opponents of this. The DNR seems to be not wanting to see this happen at this point. However, the resorts are in favor of it, as are Muskie, Inc. Oh, and can I get a roll call?
Roll call has been requested. There are not 15 hands. Now there's 15 hands. Representative Khan.
Well, Mr. Speaker and members, I wasn't going to speak on this until Representative Metza got up. And if his sense of measurement of state representatives is anywhere near his sense of measurement of muskies, I think we should just discount anything he said.
Any further? Representative Driscowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wondering if the author of the amendment will yield.
He will. Representative Driscowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Isaacson, I am reading the amendment language, and it appears that you have accepted the 7-county metropolitan area from this blanket size limit on muskies. Can you tell us why you exempted the 7-county metro area but required this very large 55-inch blanket limit on the rest of Minnesota?
Representative Isaacson.
My understanding has to do with how the previous law had been working, that they have different rules to begin with. So I was worried about the area in which the majority of our muskie lakes are in. the 7-county metro area had a different muskie limit than the rest of the state did already.
Representative Drazkowski.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Isaacson. I'm still troubled by the language. We have really two different thresholds here, and we're treating the two different areas completely separate with this amendment. I encourage a no vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Would the bill amendment author yield to a question?
He will. Representative Anderson.
Representative, this topic's been around most of the session, talking on both sides of the issue, and there was a compromise number approach to going to a 52-inch limit. Why are you still sticking with 55, and was 52 ever an option that you had considered?
Representative Isaacson.
Two thoughts on that. One, to Representative Drazkowski, if we want to make metro area 55 inches, I'd be happy to do that. Second, in all of my discussions with the Muskie folks and other members, I've never heard 52 inches as being offered. I know there's been some compromise language on the Senate that then did not go through. So I would be open to a compromise if we were able to get something passed here today, but I don't think at this point we're there, and nor has it been presented to me.
Representative Anderson.
One final question, Mr. Speaker. Back in my area, there's talk of changing limits of panfish, that type of thing, and one of the things mentioned is that folks don't like the confusion of different limits on different lakes. How would your amendment deal with that in terms of the fishermen knowing which lakes were 48 and which ones were 55?
Representative Isaacson.
Well, the information you see where they highlight some lakes that are and are not is really a function of what the DNR has asked for. In my opinion, I would want a 55 across every lake that has muskies in them. However, that's not what the DNR had wanted. They wanted to be able to, and one of the early compromises they suggested to me was that we allow the DNR to list 25 lakes as trophy lakes where it has to be 55 inches and the rest of them would stay at 48. However, in my opinion, I think it should be 55 across the board. And so I hope that answers your question.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. Ward votes no. Joanne.
Okay.
There being 18 ayes and 113 nays, the motion is not prevailed. The amendment is not adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Isaacson moving to amend House File 2852 to fourth engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 1166.
Representative Isaacson.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to divide this amendment.
Where would you like to divide it?
1.1 to 1.12 would be one half, and then 1.13 to 1.18 would be the second half.
Well,
oh, Mr. Speaker, I think I misspoke. I'm sorry, 1.10 to 1.12 would be the first half, 1.13 to 1.18 is the second half.
What's the first part? That's the instruction, page 18. That doesn't divide there. That's the instruction where to insert. Yeah, this is just an instruction.
He wants to divide 112 and 113.
Okay, so my question is, can they stand alone?
Yes. So you can't come up here.
Oh, I can't come up here. Okay.
Okay, so then this would become B. You would have to leave A in with each one of these. Right. I think that's what he's trying to do, right? But he would really have to leave 1.5 to 1.12, and then to make this work, he'd have to keep 1.5 to 1.9 and 113 to 160. Because this old language has to go with either new language. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I know what's going to happen. Withdraw 113 to 160.
Okay. Better off he just did that now.
Can he just withdraw that? But it's an amendment.
Well, you can modify it if you okay it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, for us to make it work, though, we're going to have to, if he doesn't withdraw, then we're going to have to add that.
So we can, So we can have, we should do this. First, take C first and withdraw. Does that work?
Yeah, but then you got to add 1.5 and 1.9 to that.
Okay. Well, then it's not. Sort of amendment to 112, 113.
I think really what
Can he just take
he's
that?
just trying to do.
And then he can just say, I'm gonna
If we
take
could do this one first.
Which one first?
10, 11, and 12.
Yeah, take that first.
Do that first.
And then
Then we'll see what happens.
All right. The amendment is divisible between 112 and 113. Representative Eisen will take 110 to 112 first.
Yes, sir.
Anybody want to speak on the amendment? Representative Eisen.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker and members, this is another understanding and agreement that's been made to create peace in the valley between the DNR, myself, and some really wonderful wolf hunters. And the goal we have in this situation is to report the deaths that are compiled by conservation officers in their reports, and just basically count them and put them on the website reporting the relevant data. That's pretty much all this does. I've worked with the DNR. They're willing to do this, as well as other folks in the committee. Thanks.
Representative Dill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would ask a yes vote on this, and then I believe that, well, we'll do a yes vote on the first part.
So we're taking up the part of the amendment that is above line 1.12. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. Representative Isaacson?
Mr. Speaker, I'll withdraw the second half of the amendment.
Representative Isaacson withdraws the second half of the amendment.
Adopted.
The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 2852, as amended.
Third reading. Representative Dill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and now the bill is non-controversial again in my mind. I'd ask for your support of the bill. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Representative Hackbarth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I would recommend a yes vote on this bill.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 130 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 25 43. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 2543, the third engrossment, an act relating to the environment.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill, House File 2543, is a permitting efficiency bill brought forward by the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency. We started our efforts to streamline permitting efficiency in the 09 and 10 biennium when the Small Business Caucus put forward House File 3079 that I carried. In the next biennium, Representative Fabian continued the efforts with House File 1. The agency is looking to take the streamlining a step further. They're proposing to do a few things that I'll just briefly highlight for you. They're looking to move forward an electronic permitting application system. They're looking for a streamlined dispute resolution system. They're allowing water quality trading to occur so that the person who can achieve the pollution reductions most affordably will do the reductions, and they could trade for somebody who might have higher costs to reduce their pollution. They're extending the life of permits for water disposal from 5 years to 10 years to reduce in half the amount of work that the private sector and the public sector has to do on those permits. They're allowing folks to expedite their request for permits by paying extra. And they're changing some aspects of the SSTS system. Members, it's a fairly non-controversial bill, and I look forward to discussing the amendments with Representative Fabian.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Fabian moving to amend House File 2543, the third engrossment, as follows. The amendment is coded A9.
Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. You can see that the amendment here will remove the inflator that's in the language on the bill on page 13, lines 5 through 8. What's going on here, members, is in the original bill, the Commissioner was going to be able to adjust the penalties by doing the inflator, conforming it to the CPI. I've had conversations with Representative Hortman on this amendment. She can speak to it. I would encourage a green vote on this amendment. And, Mr. Speaker, while I am here, I'd like to request a roll call, please.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I will accept the Fabian amendment and encourage you to vote green, but I want to tell you what you're voting for because it's not exactly as described by Representative Fabian. In the bill, the PCA is making more cases eligible for a simplified dispute resolution system. All of us are familiar with conciliation court and district court. If you have a small matter in dispute, you take your case to conciliation court. It's fast. You don't need lawyers. But you can only go there if you have a small dollar amount in controversy. A few years ago, we changed the limits for conciliation court from $7,500 to $15,000 because we wanted more people to be able to go to conciliation court and use the cheaper, faster process. That's what the Pollution Control Agency is doing in this bill. What they're saying is for cases that have an amount in controversy up to $20,000, we want them to be able to go to this simpler dispute resolution process. In the Pollution Control Agency world, this simple dispute resolution process is called administrative penalty orders. They average 256 days, don't need a lawyer, it's simpler. There's another process for disputes called stipulated agreements. Those average 856 days. So what the Pollution Control Agency is doing here is they're changing the jurisdiction for their form of conciliation court. It's very important that everybody in this chamber know this bill has nothing to do with the fines that are imposed. That's a different section of statute where fines are set, and this does not increase fines. It just changes the jurisdiction for dispute resolution. What Representative Fabian's amendment does is it says we don't want that amount to change with the price of inflation. We don't want that to adjust automatically. We want the legislature to have to come back and adjust that. And I'm fine with that. So members, I'd encourage you to vote green.
Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would withdraw my request for a roll call.
Representative Fabian withdraws his request for roll call. No,
He did.
yes. All those in favor of the amendment, say aye. All those opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Fabian moving to amend House File 2543, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A8.
Representative Fabian, there's also an amendment to the amendment. Do you want to offer that as well? Clerk will report that amendment.
Fabian moving to amend this amendment to House File 2543, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A10.
Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I've also had passed out some information that's put out by the pollution controller on the data with regards to permitting summary report from the Pollution Control Agency. And with regards to these types of permits that we're talking about here in this amendment, if you take a look, you can see many of these permits are issued in a very short period of time. For example, if you go near the bottom, you can see that there's a little star by the construction stormwater permit. You can see that the vast majority of the permits that are requested from MPCA are construction water storm permits, and they get those out in an average of 5 days. What I'm asking for in this amendment is to change from 90 days, and my original amendment was for 50, and after consultation with Representative Hortman, I agreed to change that to 75 in my amendment to my amendment. Now, she will speak on this, but my point, members, is that I think that the agency has the tools necessary to be able to expedite this. Many of you have campaigned on this issue of expediting these permits. Representative Hortman did this before I got to the legislature, but in 2011, House File 1 was about streamlining the permitting process and expediting these permits as much as we possibly can. I'm asking you to support this amendment so that we can continue to keep MPCA to a tighter timeline, trying to get these permits out to proposers, no matter who they are. And oftentimes we make the mistake of believing that the only people that request, or the only requests for permits come from businesses and so forth. But they also come from cities and counties who are doing road projects, any kind of construction project that requires some of these permits. So I would encourage a green vote. Thank you.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think on the amendment to the amendment, we should just vote yes, and then I'll speak to the amended amendment.
Any discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. Representative Hortman.
So to the amendment as amended, Representative Fabian is proposing to move the PCA's goal time frame from 90 days down to 75. And I think that this is unrealistic for two reasons. One, Representative Fabian and I, in the legislation we carried from 2009 to 2012, both of us carrying it at different times, we set the permitting goal for 150 days. Now the agency has taken it upon itself to come forward and say, no, we think we can do it in 90. They've brought this goal forward to us. And the reason why they've brought this goal forward to us is they think it's a stretch for them, but they think they can meet it. And they want businesses to be able to rely on the timelines that they give them. If we were to go down as far as 75 days for a goal, the PCA, instead of accepting incomplete applications, would have to reject them and send them back to the businesses and say, start over. We can't start the clock running. We need you to perfect your application before we start analyzing it. So I think what we want to do is we want to signal to the agencies, you should come to the legislature and you should ask for stretch goals. We should give them the stretch goal that they've asked for, which is 90 days. But we shouldn't be punitive to them for coming forward and give them a goal that's unrealistic and unworkable and would only result in frustrated businesses. So I would encourage you to vote no on the A8 amendment.
Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to Representative Hortman, I appreciate that. but I don't believe that we would have gotten to the 150 or the 90 without pressing the agencies to do these things. I disagree with you. I think that MPCA has the tools in their toolbox to be able to get these permits out quicker. I think that this is common sense. Hey, listen, I appreciate the fact that they're bringing their initiative forward to 90 days. But I think most people would agree with me that oftentimes, we can push them a little bit harder. We can and ask for a little bit more. They probably came in with a rather conservative approach on this. And I would encourage a green vote. I think that this is something that's reasonable, and I think that the agency can attain this. And I would encourage a green vote. Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, I would encourage or ask for a roll call on this amendment.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Zellerst.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I rise in support of the Fabian amendment. As Representative Fabian said, this was House File 1 a couple of years ago, and what we heard from those business owners that a short construction season that is sometimes even shortened even more by late snow, by a bad spring, early winter in the fall. They need every opportunity they can to get their project done and done on time. And if you look at the sheet, again, Representative Fabian handed out, and this is his handiwork. You can see the circles and the arrows and the stars. The agency is already meeting these goals. And if you're going to get even better and better participation, but also results, that is part of a stretch goal. I think 75 days is even more generous. I like the original at 50, but I think if you're going to ask the agencies to do this, and if they're coming forward, I take them at their word that they not only can do better, but we can ask for more. And at the end of the day, it's a goal, Mr. Speaker. We're not doing this as a blanket across all areas. This is one area, and it's a goal. I would encourage faith in the bureaucracy, faith in these hardworking people in our agencies that can do and are proving to us by the results handed out by Representative Fabian that they are doing it. So rather than holding them back in 90 days, let's give them the stretch goal I think that they believe they could hit as well, and support Representative Fabian's amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. Metza changes from no to aye. Radinovich votes aye. There being 65 ayes and 67 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 2543 as amended.
Third reading. Any further discussion of the bill? Clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. Simon switches from no to aye. Wagenius switches from no to aye. There being Representative Dean, vote changes from no to aye. Howe changes from aye to no.
Who does?
There being 92 ayes and 39 nays. The bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to.
Who was the last? How was the last one? He went to no, and then we get it. Well, how went from I to nay, but he went from I to nay. He went from I to nay. Okay. Got it?
Making a switch here. This is the next one. That one. This is the next bill up. We're jumping over the Winkler.
Who the heck is that?
So.
Yep.
The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 2265. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 2265, the fourth engrossment, an act relating to elections.
Representative Laine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, this is a bill from the Office of the Secretary of State with the purpose of improving the accuracy of voter records and to increase access to voter registration. We are a very mobile population, but the postal change of address and the National Death Registry no longer give the Secretary of State what's needed that we require of his office to keep our voter rolls as accurate as we can. This bill comes at this problem in two ways. When an individual moves, they must update their driver's license within 30 days. The first part of this bill allows the Secretary of State to periodically obtain from the Department of Public Safety a list of individuals who have replaced their license or ID card because of a change of address or have canceled it due to a change of residency out of state. To make this information more helpful, a consortium of states have joined together in a data sharing agreement called the Electronic Registration Information Center, or ERIC for short. The second part of this bill gives the parameters under which the Secretary of State must operate should he or she decide to become a participating member of ERIC. This nonpartisan organization, ERIC, was created in 2012 by a consortium of states balanced politically between Democratic and Republican Secretaries of State. It is designed to allow a continuous voter roll cleanup to make our voter registration data more accurate, removing registered voters who have died, changed their addresses, or have duplicate registrations. It also identifies those who are eligible but have not registered to vote, to which the Secretary of State needs to send a card with information on how to register. This could potentially make our same-day registration lines shorter. Because we have no additional state funding available in the committee to support this project, the costs would be found through federal or state, grant funds. I want to mention a little bit about data security, how it's addressed in ERIC. No personally identifying information leaves this state. The information is turned into a string of 40 random characters. This is called a one-way hash. And this string of characters is hashed again, a second time, by ERIC. These strings are what is compared. Then the number strings return to our state, where only we can change it back into individual identities. And besides this, Eric's security also includes tamper-proof audit logs and conducts regular independent audits to ensure the integrity and security of the system. That's the bill. It improves the accuracy of our voter records and increase access to voter registration. Mr. Speaker, I would like to have a look at the A7 amendment at this time.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Laine, moving to amend House File 2265, the fourth engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A7.
Representative Laine.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment addresses a change that came up in the Senate committee process to be sure that the Secretary of State does not retain driver's license data for more than 60 days. And it makes a few technical changes in a couple spots in the bill. Please vote yes.
Discussion to the amendment. Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Pepin, moving to amend House File 2265, the fourth engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A8.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My amendment would simply say that any election official who willfully violates any part of law, entering, modifying, accessing, sharing, or disseminating voter records subject to this is guilty of a gross misdemeanor. Members, this is sensitive information. We want to make sure that it's not misused, and I think this will help ensure that none of the elections officials would indeed misuse this information. Madam Speaker, I'd like a roll call.
Representative Pepin requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for a green vote.
Representative Laine.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, right now it's a misdemeanor, and if it's willful, there can be suspension or termination. And this is for data. It's any of the data that's used by the Department of Vehicle Safety. And they have a lot more sensitive data than we're getting. We're only getting a portion of what they use. We just get the driver's license number and the last four numbers of the Social Security plus the birth date and the address. Whereas the DVS has a lot more, the full Social Security number, restrictions on the license, disabilities, any DWI, height and weight, a lot more data. And if they violate it, they have a misdemeanor, and if it's willful, suspension or termination. We're asking the Secretary of State to have even more severe penalties for a lot less sensitive data, besides the fact that we destroy all this data in 60 days. So vote no, please.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. Clark votes no. There being 65 ayes and 68 noes, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Pugh, moving to amend House File 2265, the fourth engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A9.
The member from Carver, Representative Pugh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, my amendment is very important as well. It speaks to a willful violation of any provision of law in entering, modifying, accessing, sharing, or disseminating voter records by an employee of either the Secretary of State's office, a county auditor, or any other elections official is just cause for suspension without pay or immediate dismissal of the employee, and that grievance and arbitration rights provided by law or or contract shall not apply to disciplinary action taken against any employee under this paragraph. You know, again, this information is very sensitive and very important, and I would ask for a green vote and a roll call.
Representative Pugh requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Pugh. Discussion. Representative Laine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, there already is cause for suspension. That's already in law. But what you added here is that they would not have the ability to do grievance or arbitration rights, and that would violate contracts. It just is another step that's unnecessary. But like I say, it's already, a willful violation is already cause for suspension. But we can't go the step further to denying them grievance or arbitration rights. And this is, again, I remind you, for less sensitive data than the DVS has themselves. And this goes beyond what the DVS penalties are. Vote no.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 59 ayes and 72 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Pugh moving to amend House File 2265, the fourth engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A10.
Representative Pugh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Well, this amendment is very important, and in addition to the penalties for violations of Chapter 13, makes employees personally liable for exemplary damages for $5,000 to $30,000 per violation for willful violations. And I ask for a roll call.
Representative Pugh requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Pugh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I ask for a green vote. Thank you.
Representative Laine.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, there already are monetary damages that are given in a willful violation. By law, in Chapter 13, it's $1,000 to $15,000 for a willful violation. And by Federal Drivers Privacy Protection Act, it's $25,000 and up with no maximum. We already have monetary damages. And as I say, you're making this only for the Secretary of State when the DVS has more sensitive data than the Secretary of State would have. So this is just, again, over the top. Please vote no.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 71 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
O'Driscoll moving to amend House File 2265, the fourth engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A11.
The member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, what the A11 amendment does is it provides us some comfort language here at the legislature when we're working with constitutional officers, specifically the Secretary of State's office. In the Laine bill today, we're talking about doing data sharing, and this simply says that if the Secretary of State enters into an agreement to take that data or to use that data and somehow it's misappropriated under the purview of the Secretary of State, that the Secretary would be responsible for all costs, civil and other costs, to make it right by the individuals who may have been harmed by this. As you recall, we had a situation here about a year ago in the Department of Public Safety where information had been breached, and this is simply trying to make sure that when we do work again with sensitive data on people, that we can provide residents and citizens of the state of Minnesota with the assurance that their data will not be compromised, and if it is, we've identified the individual who would be responsible for righting that wrong for Minnesotans. So, members, I ask for a green vote. Thank you.
Representative Laine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, the amendment you have says that the Secretary of State would be responsible for the result of submission of information to another organization, and whether or not it became breached in that submission to another organization. Well, this organization, Eric, first of all, the information is hashed going out. All the information is turned into a string of 40 random characters. It cannot be read by anybody. It goes out to Eric, and then they hash it again, another string of 40 random characters, and then they have more security beyond that. And besides that, as an independent nonprofit, they have their own liability insurance. If anything happens to data that we submit to Eric on Eric's end, it is covered by their side. We don't have to have the Secretary of State taking responsibility for what Eric does. We work with Eric as a member of the organization to make sure the security is strong, and Eric is covered on a very, very, very strong security. This is totally unnecessary to place the liability on the Secretary of State. Please vote no.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I did not ask for a roll call because I didn't expect that we would be having some pushback on a simple amendment to protect data. So, Madam Speaker, I request a roll call.
Representative O'Driscoll requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Any further discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Drazkowski, moving to amend House File 2265, the fourth engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A12.
The member from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this amendment would provide that in the case that there is a data breach that happens with this consortium of states and their sharing of our personal data in the election data sets, that if there is a breach, that the Secretary of State would have to provide 1 year of credit monitoring services to those who were victimized by the government's breach of data, and that also there would have to be the provision of a $100 gift card for the use at a retailer for those individuals. And Madam Speaker, I'm wondering if I could modify my amendment.
Representative Drazkowski, state your proposed modification.
I'd like to delete everything after the period on line 1.5, Madam Speaker.
Representative Drazkowski, that does not appear to be a technical change, and so I think would be in violation of our rules.
Okay.
Representative Driscowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to divide the amendment.
Representative Driscowski would like to divide the amendment.
Could I divide the amendment, Madam Speaker, between the period and the word "this" on line 1.5?
I'll check. Thanks.
Yeah, I think we can go here, and if that loses, then we can still go with this.
Well, this service, this service, say the first half failed, would the second half make sense?
That's my question, yeah, I don't, this service must be able to.
It's a credit monitoring that he's referring to.
Okay.
That's the this. And so if we deleted credit monitoring, then the this deleted.
Doesn't relate to it.
So it's not related.
I would guess it's not. Yes.
Unless it says somewhere else in the paragraph.
Yeah.
Representative Driscowski, since both proposed sections of the division cannot stand on their own, the second half can't stand on its own. It's not divisible at that point. Representative Driscowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Appreciate you checking into that. Well, members, I'm going to withdraw the amendment, but before we do so, I would just like to point out that we have to bring some accountability to our government in this particular area with the sharing of individual data. We've seen a wide variety of data breaches happening both at the federal and the state level of government, and here we are creating a program that shares our Minnesota data of Minnesota voters, their personal data, with a consortium of states. And where is the insurance or assurance for the voter, for the citizens of Minnesota, that their data is going to be protected should we do this? And to the author, I think that's one of the things that you see missing in the bill, and that's why we're bringing forward these types of amendments. But thank you, Madam Speaker. At this point, I'd like to withdraw the amendment.
Representative Driscowski withdraws the amendment. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
O'Neill, moving to amend House File 2265, the fourth engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A13.
The member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
My apologies to the body for my penmanship. That's not O'Neill, that's O'Driscoll.
Representative O'Driscoll, to your amendment.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. The A13 amendment, again, helps us to be able to provide some more comfort for this body that when data is taken and shared between a single state user or a multiple state user, as Eric would purport to do, what we would end up doing is making sure that we scrub that data and look for fraud and misappropriation of that information to be able to make sure that we don't continue to perpetrate fraud or allow that database of names to continue to be used in a fraudulent way. And that, Madam Speaker, is my amendment, and I'm going to ask for a roll call at this point and encourage members to go ahead and vote green today.
Representative O'Driscoll requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Laine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is actually a different subject. Eric is about voter registration data, and this amendment speaks to voting fraud. This bill has nothing to do with how people vote, how they mark or count ballots, anything to do with the results of election, tampering with an election, nothing to do with that. And to add this will ruin the bill because Eric has nothing to do with that, and therefore we couldn't join them. Please vote no.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 72 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Johnson B. moving to amend House File 2265, the fourth engrossment, as follows. The amendment is coded A14.
The member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Madam Chair and members, this amendment deals with the cost of this program. It's an annual cost of roughly $50,000 just to be part of this ERIC program. Not alone the cost for the upkeep, and for sending letters out, double checking things, employees' time. This amendment requires the Secretary of State's office to absorb these costs in their current budget and in the future to protect the pocketbooks of the great citizens of Minnesota. Madam Chair, but due to some changes that were done in the bill, I'm going to be withdrawing this amendment.
Representative Johnson withdraws his amendment. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Sanders moving to amend House File 2265, the fourth engrossment, as follows. Delete everything after the enacting clause and insert, and the amendment is coded DE1.
The member from Anoka, Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I'd like to withdraw the amendment.
Representative Sanders withdraws his amendment. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 2265, as amended.
Third reading as amended. Representative Laine.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, this bill has moved through several committees with bipartisan support all the way, and I will just add for the other side of the body that Minnesota majority supports this bill, is pleased with the amount of security that's in the bill, and likes the results of having this ERIC project go forth. We've had the opportunity to explain the excellent security protocols through all these amendments we've had, and I remind you that this will allow us to clarify our voter rolls, removing registered voters who have died, correct address changes, remove duplicates, get registration information to unregistered voters. It's a good bill. Vote green.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll. Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're just going to say thank you, Representative Laine, for carrying this bill. I agree with your comments here at the end. I think that this is a good bill. Members should vote green.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. Liebling? There being 117 ayes and 16 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 2402. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 2402, the first engrossment, an act relating to state government.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Madam Speaker and members, this is the Health and Human Services Policy Omnibus Bill. This is a bill that improves and protects the health of Minnesotans and saves lives. And this is a really great bill that includes bills carried by 19 members of this body. And I'm very proud of that fact because, as members know, in this very short session, our committee worked very hard and very diligently to put this bill together and put in many, many hours, and I'm extremely appreciative of the time and energy that was put in by all members. This bill includes bills that are carried by 19 different people, as I said, and I'd just like to mention their names. Representatives Allen, Atkins, Abler, Representatives Fritz, Franzen, Halverson, Huntley, Hertas, Johnson C., Loeffler, Laine, Liebling, Moran, Morgan, Mullery, Norton, Schoen, Simonson, and Joanne Ward. So you can see that a lot of work by many members has gone into this bill. And I'd like to thank them, but I also would like to thank the other members of the committee, especially Representative Mack, who is the minority lead on the committee. Also, right at the outset, I do want to thank the staff who have also put in an enormous amount of work on this bill. The partisan staff, Leah Montgomery and Harry Kennedy, the nonpartisan staff who are just an amazing resource for this institution, and I think everyone who's worked with them knows how lucky we are. Randall Chun, Lynn Aves, Danielle Pugnelli, and Jamie Olson. And especially I'd like to thank the committee staff, the committee administrator Matthew Bergeron, and the committee legislative assistant Lynn Sando, who work harder than any human beings should ever have to work. So we are all very appreciative of that. So as I said, members, this is a bill that has many things in it, but it improves and protects the health of Minnesotans and saves lives. So, Madam Speaker, the first thing I'd like to do is take up the two authors' amendments. There is an author's technical amendment.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Liebling moving to amend House File 2402, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A51-2.
Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this is purely a technical amendment. I'll be happy to answer questions about it if you have any, but the author's amendments are divided into this one that's purely technical, and then I have a second which has more substantive items in it. So I would ask for your support.
Discussion to the amendment. Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted.
How come I did?
There's an amendment at... Is there...
I've got this one. 859. Yeah, there are two of them. These two must go to the
The one we just adopted. Representative Liebling, did you have amendments to your technical amendment that we just adopted? Did you want to move reconsideration of the amendment we just adopted?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would.
Representative Liebling moves reconsideration of the adoption of the A51-2. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. On the A51 amendment, there's an amendment to the amendment.
One of these is going to be
First. The clerk will report the amendment.
Liebling moving to amend her amendment, the A51-2, as follows. The amendment is coded A121.
Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members, for your indulgence. This is merely a technical amendment to the technical amendment, and I would urge your support.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in support of the motion of the amendment to the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. There's another amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Here you go. This is adopted. Schoen moving to amend the Liebling amendment as follows. The amendment is coded A118.
Representative Schoen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This is the overdose protection bill that we will be taking up on Wednesday as a standalone that has some agreed upon language, so I'd ask your support in removing it from the Omnibus bill, and you will have a chance to vote to save lives on Wednesday.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. On the technical amendment as amended, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, urge your support. Thank you.
All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Liebling moving to amend House File 2402, the first engrossment as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A59.
Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Well, members, this is the author's substantive amendment. Nothing here should be controversial. This is items that were either accidentally omitted from the omnibus bill or were intentionally omitted because at the time we thought they had fiscal impact, which has now been cleared up. So we have a couple of bills here. I think Representative Norton's bill and some language from Representative Savick, two bills from Representative Norton, so I would urge your support.
Discussion to the amendment. Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Moran moving to amend House File 2402, the first engrossment as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A102.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Moran.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. Amendment 102 contains provision from the Children and Family Service Policy Bill that I authored last year. It's the Children and Family Service Division within DHS that deals with child protection, child care, Family Economic Assistance Program, which is MFIP, food support, which is SNAP, and group residential housing. All provisions within this have no fiscal impact and deal only with policy changes. And I just urge your support of this bill. Thank you.
There's an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Drazkowski moving to amend the Moran amendment to House File 2402 as follows. The amendment is coded A120.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this amendment provides that if there are redundancies, that the funding is decreased in order to accommodate for the second duplication or the duplication of the redundancies. I'd ask for a roll call, Madam Speaker.
Representative Drazkowski requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Moran.
Madam Chair, I think this amendment before us by Representative Drazkowski is a good amendment, and I would like to urge members to support this amendment.
Representative Drazkowski.
I will ask to rescind my roll call.
Representative Drazkowski withdraws his request for a roll call. Any further discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. On the amendment as amended, any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Murphy E. moving to amend House File 2402, the first engrossment as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A63.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. My amendment simply removes two sections from the piece of legislation, and I'd ask for your support.
County, are you? The member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the author of the amendment yield for a question?
She will yield. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to Representative Murphy, would this eliminate all references to Chapter 152 in the Omnibus Bill?
Representative Murphy.
Madam Speaker and Representative Garofalo, yes.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
What's that?
Any further discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Loeffler moving to amend House File 2402, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 1106.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Loeffler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. What this amendment would do is phase out cleaning products that include the chemical triclosan. Triclosan was added in many products labeled antibacterial and proved to be quite popular with people until we started really getting the research back in. Now the public health research is very clear. Now, when we use soap that includes triclosan, it is absorbed into us and retains part of our system. 75% of all children and adults have urine that contains triclosan as a part of their being. And now the health research is indicating that it is contributing to other health problems. There's endocrine disruption. There are hormonal issues that have been raised. There have been studies that show questions about its impact with women who are pregnant, and it is transferred to their infants through breastfeeding. There are safer alternatives on the market with none of these negative factors, which is why our health industry and our hospitals have discontinued using these. The Minnesota Medical Association recommends that you support this bill. It gives the industry 2 years to get these products out of the stream. We last year banned this in child care facilities, and now we have a commitment by most of our major manufacturers to have these totally out of their product by 2016. And so this is a product that is harmful to us as human beings. The health research is getting clearer and clearer. We had good, strong testimony in the Health and Human Services Committee on this and passed it on a bipartisan basis. This would not be effective till 2016, which gives time for the market to adjust. And it also has good benefits for our environment as well. But the public research is very, very clear about the negative impacts on this. And there is also good research that it is contributing to the drug-resistant germs that threaten all of us in our health. I just had a family member who went into the hospital after an accident to be stitched up, returned less than 5 days later with a raging infection and 6 days of inpatient hospital care as a result of that infection. Almost everyone knows someone who has gone through one of these post-hospitalization infections. They're very expensive. They're very frightening because we actually have about 23,000 people die nationwide because of this growing threat to our ability to deal with infections that have become resistant to our drugs. And I would strongly urge your support for this and support the phasing out of this chemical.
Members, I've had a number of requests to quiet the body. Apparently there's a lot of conversations on the House floor, so please bring your conversations into the retiring room or the alcoves. Thank you. Representative Benson from Olmsted County.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd ask that if the author of the amendment would answer a question.
She will yield. Representative Benson.
Thank you, Representative. I know I've gotten a lot of emails about this. You addressed some of the concerns that I had in terms of the industry response, that Minnesota might be an outlier in some case, and wondering how manufacturers are going to, that would drive up products sold in Minnesota as it relates to, most of these folks that produce this product are producing a product for the nationwide. Now, I also understand that this research is being done on a national level, so it might come out from there. But my question really goes to the heart of, you had a lot of important points, but here we are on the House floor, and I know that as this relates to many of the other things that have been brought up, this has not gone through any committees. So here we are with something as important as health, this is all for all my colleagues, going through an amendment that is really important, but it's had absolutely no testimony, pros and cons about the timelines that would be involved and understanding that whole thing in terms of market response, in terms of our health industry. So the question is, why didn't we see this earlier? I know I've been getting emails for at least a couple of weeks. I'm not sure how long you've been made aware of it, but why hasn't this gotten any committee hearings?
Representative Loeffler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I know it was very loud in here, so perhaps you didn't hear that we did have a hearing with testimony in the Health and Human Services Committee and did pass it out on a bipartisan basis. So, and we did hear from expert testimony. It's a typical sort of thing where you do that. There have been people who have been advocating for it on an environmental basis, and the Environment Committee did not hear it on that basis. But I have pursued it, and it is within the public health statutes here before us because of the public health impacts. And you asked about the companies and how the private market is responding. Johnson & Johnson reports that triclosan is not part of any of its baby products, and it will eliminate it from all adult products by 2015. Procter & Gamble, the world's largest consumer product maker, has said that it will remove this product from all of its products by next year. The Walmart has said they will no longer offer these products starting after 2015. And by passing this now, we are going to put the word out to our communities so that the dollar stores and the convenience gas stores and the people who are not these big players will have the word that this is not a product that they should stock up because it's cheap right now when it starts phasing out of the big chains and end up with stock holding with a lot of these products. There are safer, more effective alternatives available, including the FDA and the Centers for Disease Control have said there's no proof that these are any more effective than just basic soap and water. But if you want extra protection, you could use what the medical industry uses, which is the alcohol-based hand sanitizers. Those are about the same price, are available on every shopping stores, shelves alongside of these kind of products.
The member from Douglas, Representative Branson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I too rise in support of the Loeffler Amendment, and antibiotic resistance is certainly nothing to joke about, and so I urge my members on this side of the aisle to vote yes.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Earhart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question or two for Representative Loeffler. I wonder if she would yield.
She will yield. Representative Earhart.
I'm just wondering, you were talking about the number of people that will die because they become immune to whatever this product is that's now going to, all the bad bugs will become immune to it. But what are we going to do about the people who don't have any product? And this is so prevalent now. How soon are we going to be able to replace this product with something else so that we're not going to kill off a number of people that really are not going to have any protection?
Representative Loeffler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Earhart, the Federal Drug Administration and the Centers for Disease Control both say, along with our Department of Health, it's no more effective than basic hand washing. But there are alcohol wipe-based hand sanitizers which are currently available on the market that are being used by our doctors and surgeons now, and those are commonly available. So this will not take away something that we can't replace. I also would like to say I never said people were dying because of this. I said that there is research that is demonstrating that that is contributing to some drug-resistant germs. There's millions of those. They all have their own unique chemical sort of reaction, but that this one has raised enough concerns in the scientific literature that we should take advantage of the safer alternatives while giving time for our industries and our retailers to adjust.
Representative Earhart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I didn't say that people were dying. What I was talking about was the people who have this product available now, but that their disease has become immune, or the bugs that are ravaging their bodies are becoming immune, and it will not help. But I didn't realize there were so many other products besides alcohol, and that's kind of a rarity. It isn't mixed in with the handy things that we have now, like soap dispensers and dispensers that are in the halls of the Capitol and every other place. Maybe we should start with just banning those dispensers that we have around in the Capitol before we put a clamp on the whole works. But that's a very interesting approach you're taking, and we'll see what happens with it. Thank you.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Mahoney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the author yield?
She will yield. Representative Mahoney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Loeffler, you spoke to a number of companies, and each and every one of those companies is not located in the state of Minnesota. We have more than 3 Fortune 500 companies that deal with this particular chemical in the state. Employ 20, 25, 30,000, 35,000 people in this state. Have you spoken to any of them?
Representative Loeffler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Mahoney. I have been told, I have not heard from 3M, that is not in their products, and that as a result they weren't concerned about it, so I did not reach out to them. I did reach out to Ecolab, which is based in Minnesota, and they had told me a year ago that they were phasing these products off. When I met with them earlier this year, I was told that the one line of products that they're still working on is the ones involved in food production. People who work in canning factories, etc., that would not be the consumer market that this bill is oriented towards, but they are working on that as well, and I do not know their time frame. Quite honestly, I've heard mixed signals from that company, and other people have as well, as to what their time frames are. I'm being honest.
Representative Mahoney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, your bill has nothing to do with commercial use of this particular product. It is only for consumer products. Consumers sold at the retail level, not at commercial industry to industry.
Representative Loeffler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The wording is, no person shall offer for sale in Minnesota any cleaning product that contains triclosan and is used for sanitizing or hand and body cleansing. There is an exemption for any specific product that is FDA approved. At this point in time, the only one that I am aware of that has gotten that special exemption from the FDA is a particular brand of toothpaste that is advised for people with severe gingivitis. So there is a process by which the FDA looks at the science and grants, says, yes, this is proven. And it continues to honor that process.
Representative Mahoney.
So, Madam Speaker, again, Representative Loeffler, is this a product, does your amendment have anything to do with commercial sales of this product from one industry to another, from a company to a restaurateur? I mean, this is pretty clear in this particular state. This is a big issue, and I have heard from companies that are located in the state that are concerned about your bill, and they want to know if it is just retail stores that are selling these products, or is it commercial can your bill be extended to commercial products and commercial sales? And that, as someone said earlier, rather less kind, I would really like just a yes or no answer so people know what you're trying to do.
Representative Loeffler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The wording is that no person shall offer for sale in Minnesota these products. And I interpret that to mean that that would mean commercial sales as well. I don't serve on the Commerce Committee, but that would be my interpretation of it. And the reality is, right now, we know that this chemical right now is impacting the health of millions of consumers throughout the state of Minnesota. And it probably, if the science is solid, which I believe it is, we had testimony from former state epidemiologist Mike Osterholm, internationally regarded for his work in protecting public health, that this is something we need to stop now. And if the science is clear, which I believe it is, and which the medical researchers believe it is, and the MMA believes it is, then the persons who are most at risk probably are the people who are the workers in a facility in which you might be using this all day long. And but it is clearly something that we need to look out for our people while still giving the industry the time it needs to adjust its product lines. I believe that adjusting the product lines is possible. Almost the biggest manufacturers in the world have done this. The others have dropped it from most of their lines. And I believe that the creative talent of our industries, all of them will step up and will not leave this market. And they do want to make sure that they are protecting the workers that they are selling these products to, as well as their employees.
Representative Mahoney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Loeffler. There is an MSDS at every work site that lays out any chemical that is a hazard to an employee or an employee, and what you have to do in order to protect yourself and what you have to do in case of an exposure to it. So if this particular chemical is in the MSDS, which is available to everybody that works, it's online, it's by state law, by OSHA laws and regulations, you have to have it on the job site, that should take care of it. I agree, a consumer that just goes into the store to buy something should be made aware of, and they typically aren't that cognizant of some of the issues. And I would agree, and I know there's an amendment coming that deals with this as a consumer issue, but this is really a large manufacturer and a large employers in the state, and one of them has already said, Equalvets has said, they oppose your particular amendment. So members, I will be voting no on this particular amendment, and I would encourage, until there's clear understanding of this and or clearer direction on what this affects, I will be voting no, and ask the rest of the members to vote no.
The member from Dakota, Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to alert members what Representative Mahoney alluded to. For those of you who are concerned about potentially banning a product as a result of this amendment, there is an alternative, which is the A108 amendment that I'm quite familiar with because I'm the author of it, that provides for labeling. That one did get a hearing, and it passed with fairly strong bipartisan support out of the committee process. That's all I wanted to share with you. Thank you.
The member from Carver, Representative Hoppe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the author of the amendment yield?
She will yield. Representative Hoppe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Loeffler, can you tell me how many other states have done this, have done your bill where they're banning the sale of it in their state?
Representative Loeffler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know that a number of legislatures throughout the country are considering it this year. I have not checked lately to see if any of them have acted on it yet. We did ban it last year in child care facilities. Governor Dayton issued an executive order banning the purchase of this by state agencies with an appeal process by which a state agency could say there's nothing else we found we want to use it. My understanding in the past 2 years is that none of the state agencies, including the state hospitals, the medical facilities in our prisons, the various types of human service operations that we have, not a single one has found it necessary to ask for this product to be available to them. There are better, safer alternatives currently easily available, and that's what most are using.
Representative Hoppe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Loeffler. And I really appreciate your last statement. There are better, safer alternatives that most of them are using. Members, these alternatives are already out there. People are already can use these if they so choose. So I don't think we need to ban this. Representative Loeffler, you were mentioning some of the other companies and talking about how they're getting rid of product lines that contain this. They're already doing it. This isn't necessary. I had a number of other things I was going to mention that Representative Mahoney and Representative Atkins have already covered, so I won't cover the same ground. They did a nice job with it. But members, we heard this in committee, and I think the way to go is to vote no. With all due respect to Representative Loeffler, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but to vote no on this and vote yes on the Atkins amendment that is going to give us the warning and the information for our consumers that they need. And don't do this. Don't put a mandate and ban the sale if it's something that people aren't using and the manufacturers are getting rid of anyhow. I believe it's an unnecessary piece of legislation, and I would encourage members to vote no.
The member from Dakota, Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm wondering if the chair of the Environment Policy Committee, Representative Dill, would yield for a question.
He will yield. Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Chairman Dill, I guess I'll just ask it real carefully or just bluntly. Did we have a hearing on this issue in your committee?
Representative Dill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative McNamara, we did not. There was no hearing, no discussion. I did not give the bill a hearing, and I do not think that the Commerce Committee gave the bill a hearing as well, but you need to ask Representative Atkins that question. And I'd have to ask another question that I'm thinking of is, was that an amendment in the, I don't know if that was an amendment in the Health Committee rather than a bill.
Representative McNamara.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to clarify that because we've had discussion around this issue for a while, and I think like Representative Mahoney, I've met with some folks that work with this product. Specifically, there's a manufacturer on the east side of St. Paul that supplies these products to both our medical industry and very importantly to our medical industry, and I'm actually draw a senior moment blank on the other industry that it's so important on, and I can't believe I can't remember it, but I don't. But in the case of the medical industry, what they've said is they don't have a good substitute yet. Representative Loeffler, I do support a ban on this when we're ready to have a substitute that will work. And whereas maybe at the personal level, and those of us using it just for personal cleanliness, but if you meet with, and that's why I wanted to ask Representative Dill if he had had that discussion, because in the case of the medical industry, the manufacturer said, we don't have a good substitute, and the documentation is really important that this product is working to stop the spread of disease. And it's the restaurant industry. I would know if I talk long enough, I remember. Both the restaurant industry and the medical industry need this product yet. Where on a personal level, I think we could think about banning it in the near future, but we're not ready to ban it the way this bill is. I think, Representative Atkins, you've got the right idea at the point in time where we're at, and let manufacturer work on alternatives. So, members, at this point, I would ask you to not support the Loeffler amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker and members.
The member from Anoka, Representative Runbeck. Representative Loeffler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I really would like to correct the record because we did take testimony from people involved in the medical field, and they were very clear in support of this, including those representatives of the medical school and the School of Public Health, Dr. Mike Hosterholm at the University of Minnesota. As I mentioned, the Minnesota Medical Association is in support of this. I checked with a couple of hospitals. They do not purchase any products with this. They use the alcohol-based hand sanitizers, which are not absorbed into your body, do not in research are shown to impact the hormonal balances and other issues of how our bodies and their chemistry work. The alcohol-based sanitizer are the standard in the industry. I have also not heard from anyone in the food service industry. Most of them use gloves and or the alcohol-based hand sanitizers just as the medical industry does. And the only place that I have heard that there's one manufacturer who is concerned about his product in a mass food production facility like a canning factory, not your local coffee shop, your local restaurant. And so we did take testimony on this as a bill in the Health and Human Services Committee. It passed out on bipartisan support. I think our number one obligation is to protect the health and safety of our residents, no matter where they work, no matter what they use, and that when they buy products off of our shelves or they're exposed to them at work, that it is not something that is going to offer long-term risks to their health or that of other people. And that we need to step back and say we don't need this product when there are better, safer alternatives already available, already being used by those in hospitals and in other healthcare facilities, and are routinely used in other locations. And those are the alcohol-based sanitizers or just ordinary soap and water. When the research of the FDA and the CDC is clear that there is no proof that these are more effective than ordinary soap and water, there is no need for us to protect anyone on this. The amendment that will be coming up later just defines what triclosan-free means. There is no warnings about these health impacts. There is no protection from the public in that labeling. It just gives some products a little bit of an edge, if people are already aware of what triclosan is. I'd urge a yes vote in support of the health of our people, in protecting us from health increases. The cost of health care has been going up, and avoidable infections, avoidable problems is a major part of that.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Wagenius.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've heard lots of folks get up and speak on behalf of protecting businesses, so I thought it necessary for us to ground ourselves and who we're really protecting here, and I'm going to say it's the kids. Representative Loeffler, would she yield?
She will yield. Representative Wagenius.
Representative Loeffler, at the beginning of your discussion, you told us about the number of people who had triclosan in their bodies right now. Could you refresh our memories on that?
Representative Loeffler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Representative Wagenius. Yes, 75% of any representative sample of Americans, this is American-based research, have triclosan in their urine, whether in both adults and in children. There is some research that says it may be absorbed a little bit more in pregnant women. We don't know why, but that is also of grave concern.
Representative Wagenius.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. This fact that triclosan is in our bodies is the alarm. And it's the alarm because it's a known endocrine disruptor, and it's a known endocrine disruptor to the thyroid gland. And so if you're pregnant or if you're a little kid, you do not want anything interfering with your thyroid gland. And I'll tell you why. And it's not from me, but from 2012 study, an assessment of the state of the science of endocrine disruptors prepared by a group of experts for the United Nations and the World Health Organization. And this is what they said. Moderate, 25% or even transient insufficiency of thyroid hormones during pregnancy is also associated with reduced IQ and other things. In this case, we're all pro-life.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Division having been requested, all those in favor of the amendment, please stand. Those opposed? There being 44 ayes and 67 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Atkins moving to amend House File 2402, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A108.
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Well, this is the amendment that I told you about a few minutes ago. It is triclosan light, I suppose you could call it. You will note that I did not vote one way or the other on the last amendment. I was a little bit troubled by the fact that, with respect to the ban, there had not been a hearing. I greatly respect Representative Loeffler's passionate speech on behalf of banning triclosan. But to ban a product without having that sort of testimony in favor and against in the operative committees, I just have a trouble or find difficult to do. So what this amendment does, quite simply, is provide for some labeling. It did pass all of the necessary committees. If I remember right, that may well have simply been the Commerce Committee. I checked with Chairman Dill, Representative McNamara, who said that with respect to labeling, he did not see the need for that bill to come before his committee. It allows for those products that are triclosan free, sets up some standards by which they can represent that on their label. And with that, members, I'd appreciate your support.
Discussion. The member from Dakota, Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask members to support the Atkins amendment. I think it's a first good step. Hopefully we won't be too far away from not having this product in our personal care. It would be good to get rid of it, but truthfully, I think there's a lot of information on both sides right now of the importance in both the restaurant and the medical field. And so at this point, I think the Atkins amendment's a great one, and please vote yes.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Uglum.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the author yield for a quick question?
He will yield. Representative Uglum.
Representative Atkins, I think it's a good amendment too. I just have a question about, do you have in your language in the bill de minimis levels that are specified, in other words, down to parts per million or whatever, so the labeling can be accurate?
Representative Atkins.
Madam Speaker, Representative Uglum, you'll see on line 1.6, the short answer is yes. We reference it, though, as trace amounts. And I believe that's a term of art for those that do this sort of science, so that they can, in naturally occurring amounts of trace amounts, that they'd still, and I'll just read that portion to you briefly. It says, a person may offer for sale in Minnesota a product that contains only trace amounts of triclosan, triclocarbon, or similar antibacterial compounds, and may label the product as triclosan-free.
Representative Uglum.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the author yield for follow-up?
He will yield. Representative Uglum.
Well, Representative Atkins, I used to do quite a bit of labeling on products and things like that, and trace amounts is still an indefinite amount. I think it's a good bill, but you might run into a few questions from manufacturers about that, and we may have to redefine that further in the future. Thank you.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, all those in... Oh, the member from Hennepin, Representative Earhart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will the author of the amendment yield?
He will yield. Representative Earhart.
Now, with your trace of as a measuring stick, where do I hear that Colgate toothpaste has a trace in it? Yep. Is that correct? That's what I was talking about, having some for breakfast this morning.
Representative Atkins.
Madam Speaker, Representative, I don't know. I mean, I've heard that there's some toothpaste that contain triclosan, whether or not that. And by the way, not to get off your topic, but to Representative Uglum's point, I would invite, if this goes to conference committee, for them to define relative to labeling what the trace amount would be that it would need to be beneath in order for them to label it as triclosan-free.
Representative Earhart. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Dean M. moving to amend House File 2402, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A67.
The member from Washington, Representative Dean.
Madam Speaker, I'll withdraw the amendment.
Representative Dean withdraws his amendment. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Dean M. moving to amend House File 2402, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A68.
Representative Dean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll withdraw this amendment.
Representative Dean withdraws his amendment. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Gruenhagen moving to amend House File 2402, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A61.
The member from Sibley, Representative Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair and members. What this amendment does is initiate a study of a private option for individuals who are under under 138% of the poverty line. Currently, that's the expansion of Medicaid. And one of the things I found out is that states like Arkansas, Iowa have passed legislation to allow an additional option of a private market option versus Medicaid. So people eligible for Medicaid have a choice if they'd like to apply for a private option plan. What this amendment does is simply ask the department to do a study on it and to bring back that study as far as its practice, or whether or not something like that could be implemented in the state of Minnesota. And the result in Arkansas has been very well received. They've had over 105,000 people select the private option. Now, the main thing this actually does, members, when you select a private option, you increase the reimbursement rate to doctors and hospitals. As most of us are aware, especially on the HHS committee, one of the primary problems with Medicaid is the underpayment of services to doctors and hospitals. What this private option does, it allows reimbursement to doctors and hospitals at a rate that's equal to the private sector, thereby boosting reimbursement and not underpaying doctors and hospitals for their services. Couple other things. In Arkansas, it passed on a bipartisan basis, both Republicans and Democrats, and the DFL governor, Mike, I hope I'm pronouncing this right, Beebe, signed it into law. So a DFL governor signed it into law. Again, this wouldn't, all this is a study that would come back in 2015 to see how this would apply in the state of Minnesota. Members, I urge a green vote, and I'll stand for questions. Thank you, Madam Speaker and members.
Representative Liebling.
Madam Speaker, members, I'm having a little deja vu. I seem to remember Representative Gottwald on the House floor talking about something very, very similar. And in fact, when he was the chair of the HHS Policy Committee, we passed something very much like that. It was a grand experiment. It was a terrible, failed experiment. What we found was that people who were on Minnesota Care, who got pushed into this so-called private option, simply went without insurance. So, members, this is a bad idea. It's been tried in Minnesota. We know it's a bad idea. But one thing that Representative Grunhagen said kind of piqued my interest, and that is about the rates that are paid and how low they are under Medicaid and so on. And that being said, I hope he's going to support our efforts to make the health plans let us know what they're paying, because one of the big problems we have, and we had a 4-hour hearing on this the other day, joint hearing with 3 different committees, is that we don't get to know often what is being paid to providers through our health programs. That is for us a big problem. But I appreciate the attempt to think creatively, but I firmly oppose this and hope members will vote no.
The member from Anoka, Representative Abler.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Representative Liebling, I have a different view of my memory of the past time, and I thought it was a good idea when we did that. What was it called? It was the Healthy Minnesota Plan. That's what it was, yeah. And so it's all in a name, Healthy Minnesota. There you have it. But Madam Speaker and members, part of the reason that it didn't work was it was repealed early, and the other part, it was implemented slowly. And so the department kind of liked how they did it, and they weren't big fans. But it has a lot of merits, and we never had a chance to see how it really did roll out all the way and then to get to revisit it. By the time there was any enrollees, the expansion came and all the Affordable Care Act, and so we never really did know how it went. If there's anything Minnesota is good at, it's experimenting. It's being a leader in healthcare in the country. This is the kind of thing where Minnesota could be a leader. And I think if you want us to give our state a chance to lead, we have to be a little innovative, do things a little bit differently. What's going to happen in the Medicaid program? I want to caution you. There's more and more people are going into there at rates that the doctors can't afford to work for. And so you're going to have a card that doesn't do anything. And if they start to, many providers already do not take Medicaid. And so members, just because you give a person a card does not mean it's a useful card or actually will save the lives and get the benefit you want. So members, give Minnesota a chance to innovate. Vote yes. Thank you.
Representative Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Just in response to the comments by Representative Liebling, the previous thing with previous bill with Representative Gottwald, they were forced off and forced to choose a public or private option. Here we're not doing that. We're simply creating an option of choice, so they can stay on Medicaid if they want, or they can choose to go to this particular plan. And again, we're not initiating the plan, we're just creating a study. Other states that are considering this, again, Arkansas and Iowa have already passed it. Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, Utah, Tennessee, and Florida are considering offering a private sector option for Medicaid. Again, you have to get a waiver from the federal government. It was given by former Health and Human Services Secretary Kathleen Sebelius. So the Obama administration has allowed this to be done. I think the best we can do, regardless of our political affiliation, is to look into the feasibility of it and to see if it might benefit our providers and the state of Minnesota in terms of an option for the Medicaid services. With that, members, I'd ask for a roll call vote.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Gruenhagen.
And I would urge a strong green to at least look into it, members. Medicaid is projected to go bankrupt. The reimbursement for doctors and hospitals, they lose money on every deal and they make it up in volume. Let's give an opportunity to at least look at an option that could provide higher reimbursement rates. Now, the only thing I will add is this will actually help MNsure, in my opinion, which is hard for me to do. But the point is, I want to help people, and I want to see our doctors and hospitals receive a better reimbursement rate, especially the doctors who are going to be leaving the profession if we don't change the direction this is going. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members.
Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to a point of order under Rule 4.03. As I'm looking at this amendment, it seems very clear that this would have a cost. It requires a study and a report and implementation plan and draft legislation. This has not had a hearing, but I think it's pretty clear that a cost would be involved. So I would ask you to rule my point of order germane, or in order. Well taken.
Representative Gruenhagen, what purpose do you rise?
Advice, Mr. Speaker.
State your advice.
The cost would be minimal, if anything, because number one, it's already been passed in Arkansas. It's passed in Iowa. So just to collect the information and the copy of the bill, I can't imagine would be more than just a little bit of administrative time, which they spend anyway following up on some of these things. So I think it's minimal, and I think the benefit would be appreciated by us legislators, so we'd have a good view of whether something like this could help the state of Minnesota. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Having reviewed the amendment and listened to the advice of Representative Liebling and Representative Gruenhagen, I find that the point of order is well taken. Next to another amendment at the desk, the clerk will report the amendment.
Gruenhagen moving to amend House File 2402, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A47.
Representative Gruenhagen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I have brought this amendment forward several times, and I do it out of a conviction that I want to help people, especially in nursing home or shut-ins, who are not being able to access the dental care they need because of a rule we have in place here that requires that a dentist have at least 10% of their patients be Medicaid if he takes any patients at all. My sister works for a dentist. He was taking less than 10%. They get regular calls on for Medicaid patients. They were refusing them, and someone reported him that less than 10%, that he was accepting less than 10% of the patients in a small town, and the result is he couldn't take any. Again, most of these patients are local patients. They're in nursing homes, they're shut-ins, and they have to wait for some traveling van to come through and hopefully get in line to get the dental care they need versus being able to access their local providers. And this provision is preventing them from accessing those providers. It applies only to the outstate, not the 7-county metro area. It also is a goal, was one of the goals of our rural caucus, which was bipartisan with both Republicans and Democrats. For those rural members especially, I would ask you to think about the access for your own community of nursing home and shut-ins who need dental care, and yet the dentist, because of the Medicaid reimbursement, cannot afford to accept that level of that number of patients on Medicaid because of the underpayment and the loss to their business. My sister's dentist, he wants to help these people, but he can't anymore. The concern that was brought up in the past by Representative Johnson is if you can service state employees on dental insurance. Well, I don't believe that if you reduce the 10%, that these dentists who are serving state employees and serving 10% of Medicaid patients in some of the larger communities are going to discontinue helping people in nursing homes and shut-ins in their local community. I don't believe those dentists will do that. Now, they might reduce them some because of the underpayment, but I think the other dentists would more than willing to pick up the difference as long as they don't have to accept 10% of their patients for Medicaid reimbursement. So with that, members, I would urge a green vote. Let's vote to help those in nursing homes and shut-ins to get the dental care they need, and allow dentists, and don't prevent dentists with some artificial barrier from servicing those peoples in the small rural communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members.
Representative Liebling.
Mr. Speaker and members, you voted on this before. We voted it down on the supplemental budget bill, and I hope that we can vote it down again. This is certainly an important concern that Representative Gruenhagen is raising, and we all share that concern. I would venture to guess that every member on the Health and Human Services committees, both of them, shares a concern about access to dental care for our patients on medical assistance. That is a universally shared concern. However, this is an issue where there is no firm evidence that removing this rule would increase access. In fact, there's a lot of reason to believe that this would be bad for rural Minnesota, that it would decrease access. Rule 101 was put in place to increase access to services, and it's not just dental care, by the way. It's also health care. But what Representative Grunhagen is doing here with a bill that really hasn't been thoroughly vetted, and I would like to do that, but we simply did not have time to do it this year, what he's doing is really kind of playing with fire. Because if this was to be passed, it could in fact vastly decrease the access of rural patients to dental care. So another problem with this is that it has an unknown cost. And the reason it has an unknown cost is because we don't know which way this would cut. So, members, if you vote for this, you're really taking a risk. Now, Representative Grunhagen's just convinced that because of one dentist that he knows, that that person really has a good heart and would take the patients. But the operation of 101 is really like a carrot. It basically says, if you want to have patients have insurance, pay you to take public to have employees and unemployment compensation and other kinds of programs, that you also have to take at least a certain percentage of Medicaid patients. If you take away that carrot, we just don't know which way it'll go. So I urge you to vote no. I'd like to take up this issue. The Department of Human Services testified in our committee about this, and they said the primary thing that they know that impacts the care is, again, the low rates. It's Rule 101, when they ask dentists what their issues are, Rule 101 is not the top of the list. It's down there. I think, if I remember right, it's like third or fourth at least. And way up there are the rates, the low rates that are paid. So please, members, let's vote this down and get on with the rest of our work.
Representative Abler.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. And just briefly, I believe that both testifiers so far are correct. However, in our testimony, we also heard that the department has no way to measure who complies with Rule 101 to see if you're doing the 10% or not. And so what we're doing is actually punishing providers and dentists who are actually following the laws and actually not serving state employees and then not serving other people at all. And so if you have a rule that can't be enforced, that no one knows if you're doing it, and people who are following it are actually the only people who are obliging by the law, then you're going to have underservice. And Representative Grunhagen is correct. And there's some people in nursing homes that sit there languishing for a good long time, waiting for this kind of care, and that's a problem. And as you get out in greater Minnesota, there's just not enough providers to go around. And so we want to make sure that they're fully maximizing their work, and I'm sure that I know that the Medicaid population will be well served as well, but if you're waiting for that reimbursement to get caught up before we change this, we're a long ways from that, members. Look at this bill where we're spending the bill that went off the floor in the Human Service Bill and the Omnibus, where there was a good deal of money spent new and not one more penny for dental reimbursement. So we're a long ways from there, members. Let's give these dentists a chance to serve the people and uphold their dental oath. Thank you.
Representative Grunhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Members. Roll call, I'd like to ask for roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, a couple things, and Representative Abler covered a couple additional things. But it isn't just one dentist. I've had input from several dentists in my area, and also from DFL and Republican members, where one member said that his constituent had to drive 150 miles to find a Medicaid dental provider. 150 miles, members, one direction. The other thing is, Representative Liebling, I have a lot of respect for you. It's a difficult area, HHS, but your comments are based on the assumption that local dentists will not service nursing home patients and shut-ins in their own community. I just don't believe that's true. I believe that those dentists, although they can't take 10%, they will service a certain percentage of those people if they're given the opportunity, and we get rid of that barrier of 10%. And I'd simply like to reiterate what Representative Abler said. We had a fiscal note. It came back zero, and basically the note said there's no logical way of studying the impact of this. I did talk to the Dental Association. They're neutral, but they do believe it's a step in the right direction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members.
Seeing no further discussion, The clerk will take, Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. As was alluded to, I spoke on this about a couple of weeks ago when we spoke about this. It just stands to reason that currently there's an incentive in the law for dentists who are serving state employees to also serve our low-income neighbors. And many of us live in districts where, though we're outside the metropolitan area, we have a lot of state employees, and I believe it is an incentive, and I think it is an important incentive in my community to help serve that population. I also agree with Representative Liebling, and Representative Gruenhagen, this needs a look, but this is not the look at this point in time on the House floor. Let's vote no. Let's protect those places where this Rule 101 is working. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Anzel's moving to amend House File 2402, the first engrossment as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A82.
Representative Anzels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this amendment pertains to notification to women after having a mammogram. Current federal law requires facilities performing mammograms to complete a report and give that report on their mammogram to the patient. That federal law, however, does not require notification and disclosure to the patient about matters relating to dense breast tissue. Now, why is dense breast tissue a critical health issue for women? Well, the answer is dense breast tissue makes it harder for doctors to see cancer on a mammogram. It's, in layperson's terms, attempting to detect a white object on a white background. This amendment would require the facility performing the mammogram to communicate to the patient about the fact that she has dense breast tissue. And if you look at the amendment from line 1.14 to 1.22, there is suggested language. It's permissive. This language could be used verbatim, or some other form of this language could be used. This would be used along with the report required by federal law to further notify women about the possibility and incidence of dense breast tissue. Members, this is common sense. This allows a woman to know, quite possibly upon the first mammogram that a woman has, that dense breast tissue is an issue, and an issue that may require special attention by the patient and clinical professionals. With that, members, I'll respond to any questions that you may have.
Representative Liebling.
Mr. Speaker and members, members, I am opposed to this amendment, and I'll tell you why. And you will be getting some handouts coming from me that will give you some more information, and I don't want us to spend a ton of time on this today, but I hope that we can talk long enough so that you can take a look at what I'm getting handed out here. First of all, those of you who stood up on the triclosan amendment and said, this complicated issue has not had a hearing, well, this complex issue has not had a hearing. Not because we don't want to give it a hearing, but because we have had a very short session, and this bill came in when there wasn't time to allocate the time it would have needed for a hearing. Because, members, this is a very complicated issue. It is not simple as you might think at first glance. One of the things that makes it complicated is that this bill, although it is better than the original bill, as Representative Ansell said, there's now only suggested language for part of it, but this is telling physicians what they have to tell their patients about a medical issue. And let me repeat that so everybody understands that clearly. This amendment tells physicians what information they must give their patients about a medical issue. Now, if this was a clear medical issue where everybody agreed on the information and its meaning, maybe that wouldn't be such a big deal. And in fact, maybe we wouldn't need an amendment because all physicians would probably be giving all their patients the same information. But that is not the case. This is an issue where there is disagreement, and in fact, it's very difficult for the physician to tell that patient what should happen next. So the amendment, as it is now written, is requiring that the patient who has dense breast tissue has to be told that fact, and that this may make it more difficult to detect cancer on a mammogram, and that it may increase her risk of breast cancer. So that would be required information that physicians would have to tell their patients. The problem is, and I have spent a considerable amount of time discussing this with experts, including an expert physician who heads up a breast clinic, who is considered an expert in breast medicine. These are the people that the women would go to talk to when they would get this information. Members, the fact is that doctors don't have anything to offer in that situation. Now, I want to be very clear about what I mean. We're not talking about women who find a lump or who have genetic predispositions or any kind of symptoms. We're talking here about mammography that is a screening. By definition, we're talking about women who have no other symptoms or known risk factors. This is something we do in a population to pick up potential tumors where there would be no other known risk factors. So if you're worried about women who have a family history, who find a lump, who have a cyst, we're not talking about those people. But from the things I'm handing out, you will see that the best state-of-the-art science in this area tells you that although there may be an increased risk of tumors, that in fact having dense breasts does not raise the cancer death risk in women. So does not raise your risk of death from cancer. Now, I know this is very confusing. One of the things I've handed out is a committee opinion from the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists Committee on Gynecologic Practice. And what this is telling us, members, is that this very august group that deals with this issue all the time does not recommend additional testing in this circumstance. So you are requiring doctors under this amendment to give women information that doesn't do anything, that doesn't help them. Now, am I saying that women should not have this information? Of course not. What I am saying is that here on the House floor, without giving this a hearing, without hearing from the experts, that we should not be mandating what doctors should tell their patients. And although Representative Anzel's amendment is better than the original bill was, we're still requiring certain information and not other information to be given to women in these circumstances. Now, one of the things I learned from my extensive discussions with medical people over this issue is that mammography is just simply not a perfect tool. It's not a perfect tool for anyone. And in fact, just overall, 10% of tumors will be missed with mammography. But women are not being told in this notice, they're not being told that mammography is simply not that good of a tool. And maybe that is something they should be told. So there are things that we should be considering here, members. I'm not against giving women information. I'm simply saying that we shouldn't be mandating to doctors what information they should be given. And we shouldn't be doing it here on the House floor without a hearing. So if I'm in a position to do so next year, I would certainly be willing to give this issue a hearing. But I really think this is a very foolhardy thing to do, to put this amendment on the bill here on the House floor. Thank you.
Representative Anzels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Did you want to talk?
Well, Representative Liebling, I can assure you that this is not a foolhardy attempt at assisting women and their health at all. And according to the Minnesota Radiological Society, which supports this amendment, and I quote, "Mammography is the only screening method for breast cancer shown to reduce mortality." The common sense side of this debate is, if mammography is the only screening tool that is effective and dense breast tissue is the issue, shouldn't a woman know the risks associated with those dense breast tissues? Additionally, members, the Minnesota section of the American Congress of OBGYNs is also supportive of this bill. And, Mr. Speaker, I would request a roll call, please.
A roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Mack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members. Members, I really appreciate you paying really close attention to this discussion today, because it's a really important one when it comes to women's health. And Representative Anzels, thank you for carrying this bill. Members, I know that cancer and breast cancer is personal for a lot of people, and I agree that with Representative Liebling in the sense that we have to be careful about intruding on the doctor-patient relationship, what we're telling doctors to tell their patients. But I would contend the argument that it's not our place, or that the only time that doctors are told on what they have to tell their patients is when there's pretty much consensus. I would argue that in the medical world, there's not very often a time where there is complete consensus, even in the doctor community, on particular ways of going about treatment and things like that. Just coming from a doctor's appointment with my child, dealing with a sickness issue and talking to several different doctors, I got 5 different opinions from 5 different doctors on the best way forward for my child. And so, members, I think we all know better that simply because there's not consensus on this means that it's a bad idea and that we shouldn't be telling the doctors what to do. Members, information is power for people, especially when it comes to their health. Women need to know this information. I know that I heard many, many stories with this issue where women went in for a mammogram, came back with a clean bill of health, went back the next year for their next mammogram, had stage 4 breast cancer, members, and it was because of dense breast tissue that it wasn't picked up in the first one. Now, is there still work to be done on this issue? Yes. Is there still things that need to be done to make sure that we're getting the best information to doctors and to patients? Yes. But I think that this is a step in the right direction. I think women should know this. I think many women don't even know that this is a real issue, that this is a real thing that they could or should be worried about. Members, we're not telling doctors to jump through hoops and do this whole new thing. Women already get a letter from their doctor after they have a mammogram telling them the results. They have to be sent that information. What this does is it simply adds a line that would be added to that or information they're already given. This is a new piece of information they would be told that then they could follow up with their doctor, ask questions, ask whether it's more frequent self-exams, whatever the case might be, members, but it empowers the women by giving them this information. And I don't know why that's a bad thing. I don't know why we're afraid of that. And I think, members, that it's the right step forward. Further, I just want to let you know, I can't remember the exact number, but I believe it's north of 20 other states that have already passed similar legislation and have chosen to equip women with this information regarding their own health. And so, members, I really hope that we can get broad bipartisan support on this issue and move it forward and give this women the tool that they need when it comes to their own health. Thank you, members.
Representative Abler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Just brief. I don't want to repeat anything anybody said, except that I rise in support of the amendment. And it's really nice that as a state we can deal with our own health care matters. I'm glad it's not some federal regulation that would chafe on us. And it is absolutely our duty as a state to deal with the health of our people and regulate we do it all the time. We did this with Lyme's disease. We had hearings and we actually coerced the medical board to allow doctors to do things in a unique way. And just to talk about hearings, we're about to work on a bill for medical cannabis, which will be heard in the Rules Committee and Ways and Means. Places well known for their work on policy. Well, not quite so much. And so, Representative Liebling, I hope that you'll be supporting a motion to send the bill to your committee when the medical cannabis bill comes our way because of all the health concerns. And I really appreciate your consideration there. But members, vote yes. This is a good amendment. Thank you.
Representative Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. There's been a lot of great information bipartisanly shared on this particular issue. And I'm just going to share a little bit more. I won't repeat what's been said. Dense breast tissue has also makes it hard for doctors to see cancer on mammograms. And so on mammograms, dense breast shows up as white. Tumors, cysts also show up as white on those tests. And so for women to have the information, particularly in this mobile society when we move around, to be able to say after a mammogram, I have dense breasts, I typically have a sonogram, would you be willing to do that? Empowers me to have that conversation with my doctor. If I don't know that, how do I have that conversation? I finally had that affirmation from Mayo Clinic not too long ago. And frankly, members, women often go to appointments and have a lot of fear and apprehension about what the results will be. Some of us get bad results and bad notices from time to time, and we have to go back for a second test. If you have dense breasts, you will know that you're going to come back for a second test each time. You don't have to panic when you get that phone call that says, we need you to come back. And the anxiety raises and you worry. You also know that you need to be diligent about going in for your appointments because tumors and cysts are harder to find. And so you're diligent about getting in, having your test done, and having that follow-up sonogram. Or maybe you just skip the mammogram. Maybe you don't expose yourself to those harmful tests that aren't going to show what you need, because a sonogram just done as a first course might actually save money and give you better results. So as I was reading this to you a moment ago, and I'll finish with this sentence here, it says, women who have dense breast tissue have a higher risk of breast cancer compared to women with less dense breast tissue. This is a health issue, members, and this comes from the American Cancer Society and is on their webpage. This isn't just some made-up, fearful concern. This is a real concern that women who have dense breasts are told, and as Representative Mack said and others, Information is power. I think women deserve to be given the power. Women in Government, an organization many of us go to their workshops, has been touting this issue and talking about it and bringing professionals in for us to hear for years and years. And I'm really appreciative that at least this year this legislature has taken it up. 15 states have passed it already, and I believe, as Representative Mack said, there are 4 or 5 or 6 others who are hearing it like we are right now. Thank you, members. I think it's a great amendment, and I urge your green vote.
Representative Scott. Representative Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I passed around a letter that was received by the Minnesota Radiological Society, and I think Representative Ansel spoke to some of it, which was included in there. So I won't belabor the point. But to the 2 points, this is about consistency. Even though this is still already in the federal mandate, I think it's important that, as Representative Norton, that women have an opportunity to realize and be reminded of some of the issues that a mammogram can cover, and some of the issues and concerns that a primary mammogram cannot. And just to remind them that if they are suffering from or have this condition, that they have and are afforded the opportunity to seek additional, more sophisticated testings. This is about consistency. It's about providing opportunities to women to get the health care that they need, in some cases unbeknownst to them may need. And so this is about health care. This is about taking care of those that take care of us as well. So I would urge a green vote, members.
Representative Liebling.
Mr. Speaker and members, you know, obviously this has a lot of support, and it won't surprise me if it passes. However, I'm glad there's a roll call, because I think you all need to be going on record for this. You know, again, this may not be the worst thing in the world, but 14 states have passed it, and there is experience out there that could be examined, and we have not examined that experience. We're just jumping on a bandwagon here that the science is a lot more complicated than would meet the eye. For example, on one of the handouts I sent out to you, which is from the National Cancer Institute, and it's a page that has a headline, "Breast cancer patients with high-density mammograms do not have increased risk of death." On the back of that, it says the study also found an increase in risk of breast cancer death associated with lower breast density among specific subgroups, particularly breast cancer patients who are obese. Okay, so there's some groups that actually have higher breast cancer mortality who are getting the same mammogram who, under this amendment, are not getting notified that they're at high risk. So, you know, it's not that women shouldn't have information. It's that we shouldn't be telling the medical profession what women need to know. And I just want to tell you also that when I got this letter before from the Minnesota Radiologic Society, I actually called some of these physicians. I've had some conversation with them. And, you know, you've got the letter, and the letter is what it is. But they also told me privately that the reason they sent this letter and decided to support it was not that they thought this was a wonderful thing, but because they thought this was just going to pass, and they really wanted to be helpful and not seen as just obstructing it. So I think there's even some issues to be considered for them within the Radiologic Society. The bottom line, members, is that medical decisions should not be made by politics. They should not be made based on our individual situation because we wanted to have certain information and didn't get it or did get it. Medical decisions should be made through the best science available. That's how we move forward in health care. That's how we keep costs down in this state. It's not by jumping on bandwagons that come from other states. It's by thinking about what the evidence tells us and letting the experts weigh in. Now, I may be totally wrong, but this issue did not get a hearing, and it really needs one. And on that basis alone, I would ask members to vote no.
Representative Zerwas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. Representative Ansels, thank you so much for bringing this forward. I know that you tried diligently to get a hearing throughout the session. I know at one point it was going to be offered in committee as an amendment during final markup, and I'm glad that you're able to offer it today. Members, I think there's a lot's been covered already, but what I'll tell you is I've been a patient many times, and being a patient is really, really hard. But the toughest thing I've ever been through was being the family member and watching my mom at 57 years old get diagnosed with breast cancer. And after a 3-year ordeal, following a double mastectomy and a reconstruction surgery, and years where our life was on hold and my parents' retirement was on hold so she could recover. Thankfully, my mom and dad are still healthy and retired up north, and things are going well. But members, this is a health care bill about the health of women and providing women information and providing women the most accurate information possible. And I think we owe that. We owe that to the women of Minnesota, and we need to pass this bill. Thank you again, Representative Ansels, for your leadership on this issue.
Representative Hurtas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I was wondering if the author would yield for a question.
He will yield. Representative Hurtas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Anzelk, as I was listening to this debate, I was starting to wonder, with this requirement being on there, if a woman who has dense breast tissue should develop cancer and didn't get this disclosure, does this create a liability for the practitioner?
Representative Anzels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I answer your question, I do want to sincerely thank all of you for the respectful and very interesting and insightful dialogue and debate here this evening. To my good friend, the bill does not speak to any matters relating to liability or fault. It simply requires the notification to a patient based on a mammography that she has dense breast tissue. I'm not aware of the liability issues. I'm not an attorney. I don't think any of us has anything to fear. Notification and full disclosure so citizens, in this case women, can make their own health care decisions just seems to me to be common sense.
Representative Hurtas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that response, Representative Anzelk. I think there's nothing wrong with disclosure, and certainly this is kind of a double-edged sword to Representative Liebling's point in the matter of whether or not it does any good to do that, or whether or not you have dense breast tissue. Maybe it would work against a patient in terms of their thinking, well, I have dense breast tissue, so there's nothing to worry about with regard to the result. But on the other hand, to Representative Anzelk's point, if the patient is advised as such, they certainly can be concerned about maybe having to screen a little bit more because of the condition in which they possess. As Representative Norton said, when you look at cancer cells on a mammography, it is white or opaque. And for the individuals who have lower dense breast tissue, it's much easier to detect because of the contrast. But when you have the denser breast tissue, then it's more difficult to see. And for those women who are lucky, beginning stages of cancer can show up as just, if you took and looked at a mammography, if you took a pencil and just made the smallest little dot, that calcification or that white spot can be indication of the beginning stages of breast cancer. And so I've heard the argument both ways. I come now, later in life, more from an industry of real estate, which is all about full disclosure, and I think it's a good thing, and certainly support the idea that women would benefit from it. So thank you.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. Clark votes aye. Clerk will close the roll. There being 126 ayes and 7 nays, the motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Loeffler moving to amend House File 2402, the first engrossment, as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A92.
Representative Loeffler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This represents an agreement between the long-term care industry, advocates, the Alzheimer's Association, and others. What it provides is that when staff are first hired in assisted living or housing with services situations, they should, as part of their initial orientation, be introduced to the emergency and disaster training requirements of their position, and that until they have a chance to learn that, they will not work alone. So that our seniors and others with disabilities are well protected by the staff that serve them. I'd urge a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. Another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Abler moving to amend House File 2402, the first engrossment, as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A104.
Representative Abler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes unsessioning isn't always a good idea. There's a report, if you look at page 202 that we're repealing. Actually, Mr. Speaker, it's the wrong page number. Is that something you've just already taken into account?
We can make a technical amendment. I think it's page 203 instead of page 202. The clerk will report the technical amendment.
Thank you.
Modification.
Okay. Yes, on line 1.02 should read page 203, delete section 8.
So that's just been modified.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay, Mr. Speaker and members, we've done a lot of work with our counties. I think this original report was passed in 2011 under my gavel. And so Minnesota, as you know, is a county-based structure. We decide policy here about whatever we want them to do, and 87 counties or combinations thereof do various work to implement all that. So it's really a good way. We have quite a breadth of experience and actually soup to nuts and how well it gets implemented. But so it works, and we're one of the better states in the country. And so, but part of our job is to keep apprised of that. And the bill proposes to delete the report about that progress. And the department, in writing about their concerns about my amendment to reinstate the report, says, oh, well, they're working much better, and they're having good discussions and all that. But members, it's our job as a legislature and as policymakers to know what they're actually doing. And these reports are, whatever the cost is already in the budget. There was no savings. It's a policy bill. And so, members, I'm not asking for a roll call. I'm just asking simply that we would reinstate this report as a good policy idea so we can keep track of what's going on. Because I will assure you, next year there will be a bill to handle some glaring gap in a county policy and a practice that we're going to be just aghast about. And so the more we can keep our finger on where counties are doing, implementing our work, the better. And so I haven't talked to President Liebling about this, but I hope she would accept my amendment just to keep this report and to keep that information available to whomever is the chair. Because I will remind you, members, that the amount of content necessary to run these committees, be it policy and the healthcare side or on the finance side, is mammoth. And the more light of day that can be shed by these reports that are quality reports, the better. And so people can keep an eye on us as we keep an eye on the counties. So, members, I urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Liebling.
Mr. Speaker and members, Representative Abler, I think we could have handled this real easily if you had talked to me, but I have no problem with this and urge members to support it.
All those in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Abler moving to amend House File 2402. The first engrossment is amended as follows. The amendment is coded A105.
You have an amendment to the amendment. Do you want to take that now?
If we can, because it actually fixes a problem in the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Abler moving to amend his amendment as follows. The amendment is coded A116.
Representative Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and I should apologize, Representative Liebling. I do customarily talk to people, and I'm busy. So I did talk to the author of this project on this amendment, and the amendment to the amendment is kind of technical, just reinstates something the amendment took out by accident. The topic has to do with tanning beds. The bill, as it has been worked on, Representative Ward, anybody under 18 may not tan, and we can discuss that later if you want. And that was decided by the committee, and there's good merit about that discussion. In the dialogue, however, the language that we warn people about as they go tanning is from 1993, and it's really ugly language, not at all clear. And so one of my comments about the bill when I went to committee was, if you're going to look at the one part, let's look at the other parts. And I'm not convinced this is the exact perfect language, but the bill's going to go to conference. And I think it'd be appropriate for the House to be on record as saying that we want this language at least to be modernized and point out the new dangers that we know. It turns out, Mr. Speaker and members, that tanning is much more dangerous than we thought. The bulbs that are in there have become much more powerful than when I was in college, which was too long ago, Mr. Speaker. But times have changed, and they're very strong. And I didn't bring all the charts that Representative Ward had in the committee, but there's some of the layers of the skin. This stuff actually rockets right through the protective layer into the subdermal layers and can cause some serious problems. And people should know this, that they look good for a while, but they might not be happy. And so this merely adds a little stronger language to the warning, and I hope that Representative Ward is going to take this and then work on it through the process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
On the amendment to the amendment, Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Abler, for bringing this forward. As we discussed in the hearing in HHS, we would love to do more, and you are really helping us clean this up. Members, it was sunny and I think a high of 63 today. And I know that we would all love to be out in the sun for just a little while at least. But we all also know that a little sun goes a long way. What we are also learning is that tanning beds are profoundly more intense than the sun. So 10 minutes, 20 minutes in a tanning bed is maybe 6 or 7 times what 10 minutes in the sun gives you. And as Representative Abler said, you end up with DNA damage. That's what makes for wrinkles and all sorts of other things that happen as we get older. What happens with young people, though, is that it causes significant DNA damage. And we are now having women in huge numbers with melanoma in their 20s. And then this ends up being a lifelong chronic issue that they will have to be dealing with because of the damage that's been done to their skin. So the bill, which Representative Abler's amendment really addresses, does 3 things. It prohibits children from tanning. No child under the age of 18 may use tanning equipment available in commercial tanning facilities. 2, it requires indoor tanning facility operators to post signage, which is especially what Representative Abler is kind of pumping up for us. And then 3, it establishes penalties for noncompliance. It's pretty simple. Please keep in mind that melanoma rates are rising. Skin cancer is the most common preventable cancer, and the rates are rising. While most cancers are declining, the incidence of melanoma, the deadliest form of skin cancer, has doubled since 1988, rising 8-fold among young women. Young men also tan, not in as many the higher numbers, but they do. And kids get excited about tanning, going out in the springtime, getting their sun. We need to have them do it in safe ways. Tanning beds cause cancer. Tanning beds are the class 1 carcinogen, just like cigarettes. Tanning bed use before the age of 35 increases the risk of melanoma by 59%. This is important. Damage from tanning beds is cumulative. The earlier a person starts tanning, the greater the risk of melanoma. Thank you for thinking about this. Thank you for supporting the bill. And thank you for supporting Representative Abler's amendment.
On the amendment to the amendment, Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, would the author of the amendment stand for a quick question?
He will. Representative Newberger.
Will minors be able to do this if they have parental permission?
Representative Abler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Newberger. To the amendment, which is my part, I don't have the base part of the bill. The prohibition on minors is from Representative Ward. The amendment has to do with the notification to whoever else is still getting the tanning. And so I can answer the question, but it's really Representative Ward's question. Do you want me to answer, or do you want to ask? Representative Newberger, do you want me to answer that, or do you want to talk to Representative Ward?
You go ahead and answer, Representative Abler.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Representative Newberger, the bill as brought before us prohibits minors under 18 from tanning at all. The current law was you had to have permission from a parent, and this bill would actually void that opportunity for parents to offer that permission.
Okay. On the amendment to the amendment, all in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. We are now on the Abler amendment. Any further discussion on that? Seeing none. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment. Oh. A different amendment at the desk. The clerk will report that amendment.
Isaacson moving to amend House File 2402, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A83.
Representative Isaacson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You may or may not know that my wife works for the American Lung Association, and that I have, as a former smoker, a pretty sincere feeling about the way we approach e-cigarettes. I'm a little concerned about that, but I really wanted to take a step back from that a little bit and just share with you that what this amendment is trying to accomplish is really putting us in a situation where minors either A, cannot buy cigarettes unsupervised, or B, that we don't have areas that are hard to regulate or supervise in general being allowed to sell cigarettes to minors or other folks, e-cigarettes, to minors or other folks. And so it's pretty simple, and I hope that you guys will support it. I think it just makes common sense. Thank you.
Any discussion to the amendment? Representative Halverson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the amendment. The underlying bill to regulate e-cigarettes in Minnesota is something that I've carried, and appreciate the thoughtfulness with which this amendment is brought forward. We are definitely dealing with the Wild West when it comes to electronic cigarettes, and my efforts around this bill have been to ensure that kids, especially those who are under 18, who are a real target market for these products, do not have the ability to purchase them and do not have the ability to become addicted to the nicotine which is in them. So I heartily support Representative Isaacson's bill. Amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Garofalo moving to amend House File 2402, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A53.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is the medical marijuana amendment for the HHS policy bill. I should tell you that earlier today a motion was made to delete section chapter 152 from the bill. So it's clear that if I move forward with this bill today, that it will be this amendment would be ruled as non-germane to the bill. So I will be withdrawing this amendment eventually. I just wanted to highlight the importance of this issue to me personally and to the many families across Minnesota who are personally impacted and personally benefit from this medication being administered to them. There are several versions of this bill moving forward. I remain more optimistic than ever that we're going to pass the bill this session. Just today in the Senate Finance Committee passed it on a 14-7 bipartisan vote, and there's a lot of momentum moving forward on solving this issue. And so I think the author of the bill has done a great job trying to continue to move the process forward. At the end of the day, for those of us who support this bill, the important thing is that we find a bill that's signed into law that helps the people of Minnesota. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll withdraw my amendment, but I look forward to having a conversation on this later this week. Thank you.
Representative Garofalo withdraws his amendment. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report that amendment.
Freiberg moving to amend House File 2402, the first engrossment as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A91.
Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment addresses nicotine poisonings, and members at your desks shortly you should have a handout describing some of the situations where this has happened. One article from the Star Tribune, one article from the New York Times. These stories appeared fairly recently after our committee deadline had passed, and hence the reason that a bill was not introduced until very recently. I introduced this originally when this bill was first calendared. Since then I've made some changes to accommodate the industry and the vape shops around the state. For example, as it's written now, the amendment applies only to, I should explain what it does probably too. It requires child-proof packaging in accordance with federal rules for the liquid that is used in e-cigarettes. It does apply only to the liquid. The original amendment that I drafted was a little bit broader. It has a delayed effective date, and there are some references to federal law that the stakeholders requested on this. There was a bill introduced to accomplish that. There are some secondary amendments, however, so maybe we should take those, or whatever the Speaker's pleasure is.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hoppe moving to amend the Freiberg amendment as follows. The amendment is coded 1192.
Representative Hoppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and members, this is an amendment to Representative Freiberg's amendment, and I want to commend him for his work on this. I think, and he and I have talked a little bit about this, and nobody wants these. This is all kind of new area for us, the whole e-cigarettes and how we regulate these and what we do with them. None of us want these in the hands of kids, and none of us want these things to be easily, in an instance where a kid could easily get the liquid out of them and get sick or get poisoned by it. And there are two different systems of these, and I am not a user of this product, so I might have some things a little bit technically wrong, but I think essentially there's an open system and a closed system. One involves a system where you put liquid into it, and you can reuse it and add it. You buy little bottles that are like eyedroppers or something, and you add that, and you can do that I think in perpetuity. The other kind is a closed system, and what this amendment would do is not have Representative Freiberg's restrictive packaging on the closed system, because it's really a one-use thing. There's no liquid that people can get to. It's a self-contained unit. You use it one time and then you're done with it. So with that, members, I again appreciate the discussion in Representative Freiberg's bill, and I would stand for questions, and I'd appreciate your support on the amendment. Thank you.
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I guess I was going to ask Representative Hoppe this question, but perhaps it's better to Representative Freiberg if he'd yield, please.
He will yield. Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question really is in the way that it was drafted. You reference packaging, and I suspect perhaps that your amendment may actually already accommodate Representative Hoppe's amendment. I'm just not sure. But what he's described in his amendment to your amendment, he's talking about pre-filled, sealed items, unlike what's the open versus closed. I think Representative Hoppe is how you described it. As he described the closed, meaning that they're sealed and pre-filled, is that already child resistant under your main amendment? And if and I guess the second question is just what do you mean by packaging, and whether or not that accommodates the Hoppe amendment?
Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Atkins. I appreciate the question. I guess to answer your first question, Representative Atkins, I don't know the answer to whether if it is sealed, as the Hoppe amendment is written, it says it's pre-filled and sealed by the manufacturer. I don't know the answer to whether that meets the standard for child resistance, and that is why I have some concerns supporting the Hoppe amendment. To answer your second question about the definition of packaging, if I have a secondary amendment that we will take up after this, which I would encourage members to support, that relates to a specific section in the Code of Federal Regulations that contains a definition of package and special packaging, which I have here. I'm happy to read it for members if they're interested, but in the interest of time I won't do that. To suffice it to say, I think it's a standardized definition that people in the industry are used to, in various industries, are used to using.
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess to be consistent, and I had the same concern earlier about the triclosan amendment that came up. The challenge is when we have something that comes this way, and Representative Freiberg, I don't fault you for proposing the amendment. I think it's an important topic. But like the triclosan bill, it didn't have an opportunity to be heard in committee. And what I'm concerned about, and what I've seen from the packaging that Representative Hoppe's amendment addresses, is that this is distinctly different. What his amendment talks about, these pre-filled and sealed items, and what your amendment would do is, from a commercial sense, change the sort of packaging that they're allowed to use. And we don't know whether or not, based on your own discussion here, that may well satisfy it being child resistant. So I think for the purposes of moving forward, before we take on something that would change the market without even holding a hearing, that it would make some sense to adopt the Hoppe amendment. If it then goes, if your main amendment goes on, obviously it'd head off to a conference committee, because I can't imagine the Senate just concurring with what we're doing, and would suggest that you then hold a hearing at that time among the conferees to figure out if in fact it makes sense to expand your amendment to include what Representative Hoppe has offered. So with that, I guess, members, what I'm suggesting is support for the Hoppe amendment, and then see what happens at a conference committee.
Representative Russo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Excuse me. I would oppose the Hoppe amendment because I have seen some examples of the pre-sealed containers, and they are of a size and shape that would allow them to be swallowable. And my concern there, I mean, there's the obvious choking hazard and the foreign object thing, but, you know, we have a lot of other, you know, Legos and whatever would fall under that. But what concerns me is I don't know if those are designed in such a way that they would resist the environment they would find themselves in as soon as they're swallowed, which is a fairly strong sulfuric acid solution. And that would be a challenge for the packaging. And it's possible to design around that, but I don't know that they are designed around that. And so before I could support this, I would have to know that. So I would urge a no vote on the amendment to the amendment.
Representative Halverson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also am rising to urge a no vote on the Hoppe amendment to the amendment. I know that Representative Freiberg has worked very closely with the local communities, the vape shop owners, the folks who are producing these things locally, and I've been really impressed with the ability for these groups to come to some compromise with the Freiberg language, and I think that we should move forward with the language that's been agreed upon. My concern is that we would create a really unlevel playing field potentially, knowing that there are numerous products that have yet to make it to the marketplace, and we would essentially be exempting them from the same certification that we'd be asking for from small businesses. And so I would oppose the Hoppe amendment to the amendment.
Representative Metsa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd also rise in support of Representative Hoppe's amendment. I think I am on the Freiberg amendment as well, but I do think it needs a little bit more due diligence moving forward, so I'd urge a green vote on it.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's another amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Freiberg moving to amend his amendment to House File 2402 as follows. The amendment is coded A115.
Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the amendment I alluded to in my conversation with Representative Atkins. It just brings, it's a technical amendment, just adds in the reference to the Code of Federal Regulations, and I would encourage members to support it.
Any discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. We are on the Freiberg amendment. Any further discussion on that amendment? Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the author of the amendment yield?
He will. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Freiberg, how many people have died from e-cigarettes?
Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Drazkowski, I'm not aware that anyone has died. However, the articles I've handed out show that there is a substantial risk of poisoning from the liquid used in e-cigarettes.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, members, here you have again a solution in search for a problem. And we heard an amendment earlier where we are now going to have government supplant the responsibilities of parents to decide whether or not they should be engaged in an activity. We heard from the author of the amendment that no one that he knows of has died from e-cigarettes. Well, members, if we really want to bring government in to coddle the people of our state, we should start where people actually are harmed. Now, I'm looking at some numbers here. And these are for kids 0 to 19 years old. throughout the country. Death from motor vehicles, 6,781. Representative Freiberg, that's 6,781 more than your amendment provides for. Drowning, 1,120. Maybe we should outlaw swimming pools or swimming at the beach and supplant the parents' decision of to whether or not they're going to allow their kids to go swimming. Let's just have government outlaw the ability for kids to swim in Minnesota. Suffocation, 1,047. That's 1,047 more people that have died from suffocation than this amendment provides for, or would supposedly save at this point. Let's outlaw kids from having plastic bags or flying kites or doing other things from which they could eventually suffocate, because we need to save them from themselves. Poisoning, 729 people. Members, the list goes on and on and on. No one has died from this. We're not even aware of whether or not it is a problem or could be a problem. It's a solution in search of a problem. Members, please vote no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Isaacson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my knowledge, the kite industry doesn't have a 60-year history of killing people, nor has the kite industry gotten in front of Congress and lied specifically on many occasions about the fear or the problems that cigarettes brought, in terms of lying also about the content of cigarettes. And wait, oh, that's right, big tobacco is behind e-cigarettes. So there is no question in my mind that we're talking about something very specific here, folks. Are we going to allow the norming of e-cigarettes to take the place of cigarettes when we already know what cigarettes do? Why, after 60 years of not being honest, are we trusting them all of a sudden, that they're all of a sudden telling us the truth? Please support the Freiberg Amendment. Thank you.
Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, I just want to speak to this amendment that is before us, which really has to do with poisoning of children from these cartridges. And if you were a member of the Health and Human Services Committee, Representative Drazkowski, I think you would know that this is not a solution in search of a problem. This is a very real and growing problem. And Representative Freiberg was nice enough to give us an article from the Star Tribune about this. I don't remember the exact numbers that we heard in committee, but we did hear that there are growing numbers of poisonings of children who are ingesting these in their homes. Now, you may think maybe you have other ways to deal with this, but I think the Freiberg Amendment is a very reasonable way to deal with the problem of poisoning children who find these cartridges in their homes and ingest them. That is a real problem, and if you read this article that he handed out, I think that you would see that as well. So I urge members to support the amendment.
Representative Gunther.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I just want you to know that I asked a question. What is the difference in harm, nicotine versus caffeine? And the scientists said that you can't tell the difference. They're both, you put a drop of pure nicotine and a drop of pure caffeine on your back, you're going to get violently ill. I look at what Representative Poppy's amendment does. You can't get a drop of nicotine or caffeine or anything else and put it on your back. I think his amendment is very good, and furthermore, I got a brother, only one brother left that smokes. I gave him a pack or a e-cigarette, and he's very satisfied. He doesn't crave smoking a cigarette that we know the smoke will harm his wife and his family. We know that it's harmful to him. We don't know about e-cigarettes. We're guessing. It took a long time to figure out what happens to a person with smoke from a cigarette, and most of the chemicals that hurt you are not in the nicotine. They're in other things, including the stuff in the paper. So what I'm saying, I don't think we've done enough research. I think we're got a chance to vote for a bill that will be a halfway measure, and maybe these e-cigarettes will prevent somebody else from smoking or help them stop smoking. It's certainly like a nicotine patch. It's got the same substance in a nicotine patch as they do an e-cigarette. So, members, please support the Hoppe Amendment. Thank you.
Representative Halverson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, we are certainly starting to delve into the science around e-cigarettes, and I think that the conversation, we should clear up a few things. First and foremost, we just heard that nicotine is not a harmful substance. Members, we have decades of data showing that nicotine is harmful. First and foremost, we know that nicotine is the most addictive drug there is to the human body. It lights up your dopamine sensors like heroin. And anybody who has tried to quit smoking, and I know that there are lots of us in this room, understands the intensity of that addiction. So beyond the addiction, you also have a drug that is proven to cause atherosclerosis, which is, of course, a hardening of the arteries, the large and medium-sized arteries in your body, which leads to the hardening of those arteries, leads to stroke, leads to heart attack. And so to say that it's a harmless drug is very concerning, particularly when we're talking about measures to keep this out of the hands of kids. Essentially what I'm hearing is that we're telling kids that this is a safe substance. It is not. Add on top of that the fact that these substances that we're looking to put child-proof caps on are essentially candy-flavored nicotine. So you've got an addictive drug, you've got a drug that you know can be lethal, and it's coming in flavors like bubblegum, gummy bear, Fruit Loops, and it's coming in cartridges, members, that are often decorated with jewels, with cartoon characters such as Hello Kitty. So we're talking about something that is very, very appealing to children on many, many levels. And again, I'm so impressed with the industry for coming forward and working with Representative Freiberg to address this very real concern of poisoning. To say that it's an issue in search of a problem because we don't yet have a body count is ghoulish, and it's irresponsible. We need to make sure that we are being responsible and putting a message out to our kids that this is dangerous. It needs to be carefully controlled by the grown-ups who are using it. And as lawmakers, we are going to hold these companies to a high standard of safety for children.
Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll just conclude my remarks by saying I think this is a reasonable consumer protection amendment along the lines of many things we've already done, and it was in fact made more limited by the addition of the Hoppe secondary amendment. As Representative Halverson mentioned, I did work with the owners of the vape shops on this, and I appreciate their willingness to work on it and their realization that this is a problem here worth being addressed. Thank you also, Representative Halverson, for your comments on the addictiveness of nicotine. The only thing I would add to that is just that I realize that caffeine is addictive at all, but to my knowledge it's not being sold in concentrated form the way nicotine is right now, or with those appealing pictures of Hello Kitty and cherries and cotton candy on them as well. So I would encourage members' support. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, we're on the Freiberg Amendment. All those in favor of the Freiberg Amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Motion prevails. Amendment is adopted. Wasn't ready for that. There's another amendment at the desk. Clerk, report the amendment.
Khan moving to amend House File 2402. The first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 1105.
Representative Khan.
Mr. Speaker and members, this bill was actually once part of Representative Halverson's bill. In the Government Operations Committee, it was adopted unanimously, I believe, or certainly without audible dissent. What this does is just bans, puts e-cigarette smoking into the Minnesota Clean Indoor Air Act only for government state-owned buildings. I'd like your support.
Any discussion? Representative Zerwas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, when this was first heard, and this was one of the potential amendments to go on in health policy. We had a pretty good discussion with the Commissioner of Health, where we asked, there was a lot of comparisons made to cigarette smoking and the anniversary for the warnings to be put on packaging for smoking on cigarettes. And we asked the question for scientific reports in scientific journals that connected vaping or e-cigarettes, secondhand vaping, to cancer or to ill health effects. And I didn't say I wanted to see a big mountain of science like we saw prior to the Clean Indoor Air Act. I said, is there one study available that makes that link? And the Commissioner, quite honestly and quite directly, said in fact there was not. There is no scientific evidence that makes a connection between electronic cigarettes or vaping, or let alone secondhand vapor, to a cause or an incidence with cancer. Members, this is before its time. There is no data, there is no information, and this is uncalled for. Please vote no.
Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I'm just wondering, what is going to be inhaled? The figures that I've seen, the inhalant is 98% water vapor. The main ingredient is propylene glycol, and there's a trace of nicotine. And just wondering if Representative Khan is familiar with those figures and if she agrees.
Representative Khan.
Mr. Speaker and members, it's not clear what is inhaled. It's clear whatever difference you are. And while I'm up, let me correct Representative Zerwas. This was not the amendment that was looked at in the Health Committee, and the total conclusion, and I think you'll get that amendment later at some point, is not considered there. This just gives the state the same ability that many establishments have taken and so forth. It only just covers state-owned building. It is not an inclusion into the Minnesota Clean Indoor Air Act.
Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to compliment Representative Khan on being such a voice of moderation on this issue. This is such a limited amendment. I mean, sometimes I wish Representative Khan would just kind of go all out and be a little more aggressive on these things. All this amendment does is apply to certain state-owned buildings. It was approved, I believe, unanimously in the Government Operations Committee. It does not apply. It would not include e-cigarettes into the full Clean Indoor Air Act, even though there are many of us that think that would be a reasonable thing to do. So I would encourage members to support this.
Representative Ruskowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a note for Representative Freiberg. Representative Freiberg, I'm on the Government Operations Committee, and just like the last vote, even though I wasn't in favor of it, in GovOps I was not in favor of it as well. I'm sure there were others. Thank you.
Representative Halverson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, with regard to the science around e-cigarettes, is there a large disease count and body count yet? No, there's not. These got introduced about 2007, and within the last 2 years, I would venture to guess there's probably people like within the last 6 months that first learned about these things. It's very new and emerging industry. We do know that use among children doubled in the space of a year, so it's also something that's a very fast-growing industry. We have heard early on that this is just water vapor, it's nothing to worry about. The fact is the FDA has studied these and have found dangerous particulate matter in not just what's inhaled into your own lungs. So if you're making the choice to use these, you're going to be inhaling aluminum, mercury, other heavy metals, other carcinogens. You're going to be inhaling nicotine, as we discussed. And you're also going to likely be inhaling products such as diethylene glycol, which is an ingredient in antifreeze. Formaldehyde is another common ingredient found in these vapors, not just in what the person is inhaling, but also what is being inhaled secondhand. So we do know that there are particulate matter that are being exposed. So anyone who believes that this is a harmless water vapor, the science continues to grow. In fact, in the 2 months that we've been discussing this at the legislature, the body of information, the body of science, the number of peer-reviewed journals that are publishing on this and are finding risk and hazards with the use of e-cigarettes has grown tremendously. And so this is a very reasonable step in a state that is considered by many to be the healthiest in the state. In a state where we walk around and assume that we're breathing clean air in the indoor spaces where we are, including the floor of the House of Representatives, including in the state office building where we office, where we have put rules into place that e-cigarettes cannot be used. And so most Minnesotans are really shocked, frankly, to find out that they're not expressly prohibited in our public schools. They're not expressly prohibited in our state government buildings. And so this Representative Kahn's amendment is a very, very narrow, small first step to meet the expectations that Minnesotans have about breathing clean air.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Metsa moving to amend House File 2402, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 1164.
Representative Metsa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is my libertarian amendment for the day. Right now, what we have in front of us is a bill that basically tells a foster parent that they can no longer smoke outside in front of a child in the criterion that we're laying out in the bill that Representative Liebling has. And basically what my amendment does, I support the idea of no smoking in the foster care home, in the garage, in the car, but I do think it simply takes it a little too far, and I hear the whirling blades of the black helicopter above me. This is just a little too far, members. So I'd ask for your support in making sure that people outside the home, outside the garage, outside the car where the child's not present, be able to have a cigarette if they are a smoker. Foster parents are hard to come by. I had a constituent who is a guardian at Lytton, and she basically got up over the weekend and said some of the most medically sensitive children that she serves have parents who or foster parents who smoke. I think it's unfair for us to exclude in the future these people having the opportunity to raise good kids in Minnesota. I'd encourage your green vote.
Representative
Mr. Speaker and members, this bill, the smoke-free foster care bill, did have a thorough vetting in committees, and it is really a very narrow bill to protect the health of children. Now, Representative Metsa just said that the bill says you can't smoke in front of a child. That's not what it says. What it says is you can't expose the child to the smoke. And what Representative Metsa's amendment is really doing, the bill says smoking in outdoor areas on the premise of the home is permitted except when a foster child is present and exposed to secondhand smoke. So he's taking away that end of that sentence. He's taking away the part that says, except when a foster child is present and exposed. So what he's doing is essentially saying, under his amendment, that it's okay to expose a foster child to secondhand smoke. It would really be surprising to me if any member on this floor was willing to say, yes, it's okay to expose a foster child directly to the smoke. The bill itself does not say that you can't smoke in front of the child. It says you can't expose the child to the smoke. I think we are so past arguments that secondhand smoke isn't harmful to children. I just can't believe anybody on this floor would be making that argument today. I don't think Representative Metsa is making that argument. Members, even though I think he's a little nervous about the bill, that's clear. The bill is very, very narrowly tailored. It does not stop smoking people from being foster care parents. And in fact, it has exceptions to make sure that if it's in a child's best interest, they can still be in a home where there is smoking. So this is really a very modest effort, but the bill itself really, it's hard for me to believe that people would think it's okay for very vulnerable children in foster care. And remember, children in foster care can be anywhere from an infant all the way up to through teenage years. So you could be talking about an infant with asthma, a toddler with asthma, and all we're saying is don't expose them to secondhand smoke. So please vote no on the amendment.
Representative Isaacson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are so many reasons why we should not be smoking in front of kids. It's take too long to explain. And then when you add this situation, we're talking about foster kids who are already starting a little behind, not having the benefit of parents at home the way some of us have had a chance to have. And then on top of that, we're talking about the norming of behavior. It isn't just the elements that you're being exposed to, it's also the norming of behavior of what is okay and not okay. We model that behavior. Foster kids should not be exposed to that, or should be limited to that as much as we possibly can. So I would have to not support this, as much as I respect my colleague to my right. I hope that we do not support this amendment.
Representative Mack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm just wondering if Representative Liebling would yield for a question.
She will. Representative Mack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a point of clarification. I was in conversation with Representative Metsa earlier, just trying to get a little bit of understanding. Representative Liebling, if I understand correctly, the way the bill is drafted, is it plausible to say then that a foster care parent could be smoking outside on their property and a child could be outside playing with them, and as long as the child isn't close enough where they're being exposed to that secondhand smoke, that would be permissible? Some of that just seems, the language is a little unclear to me. Let's say they're on a swing set 20 feet away and the foster parent is, smoking on the patio. Is that a realistic situation where that foster parent would not be violating what this language says? I'm just trying to get clarity on that issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Liebling.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Mack, thanks for the question. The language is "and." So it says that smoking in outdoor areas on the premises of the home is permitted except when the foster child it doesn't say A, but 1, is present, and 2, is exposed to secondhand smoke. So I think the answer to your question is the language of the bill does not prohibit smoking unless the child is exposed to the smoke. Now, I suppose you could have arguments about are they exposed and how many parts per million and stuff like that. This bill is not draconian. It doesn't bring the axe down on the parent, the foster parent. It doesn't yank the child out of the home. It just sets up a non-smoking, a clean air atmosphere as part of the licensing of foster homes. And there are exceptions in this bill for people who, for whatever reason, are still the best placement for a child, even though they smoke. So I think it's a very, very reasonable approach. It's not yanking children out of homes or anything like that, even if they should, some small particle of smoke should drift on that child. But the clear answer to your question is, yes, you could be outside smoking as long as the child is not exposed.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we are hearing from people talk about this as smoking. Representative Liebling, as far as I understand it, smoke is a product of combustion, and there's no combustion in e-cigarette.
We're not on e-cigarettes anymore.
Oh. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, never mind.
Representative Metza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will Representative Liebling yield for a question?
She will. Representative Metza.
Representative Liebling, I was just wondering, Representative Mack laid out a situation that we could come in, and I think it kind of brought my point a little bit clearer. And members, this is about situations and law not being prescriptive, and I think that this doesn't do a good enough job letting a parent know when they might not be in violation of this specific proposal that we have in front of us. And I would venture to say that anyone who said exposing a child to that smoke would have a different idea of what that exposure looked like, which is why I brought the amendment forward and just wanted to clarify that. And so do you have an example, Representative Liebling, of a situation where you believe or how someone would draw a concrete conclusion and how to enforce this?
Representative Liebling.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Metza, the counties enforce foster care regulations all the time. I mean, they visit homes, they do checks. I don't think they're standing there like a police force watching what people do, but I think it is important to put this in law to make the expectation clear and to let foster parents know what the expectation is. And it says very clearly in the bill, a child in foster care shall not be exposed to any type of secondhand smoke in the following settings. And then it includes enclosed spaces connected to the home, including a garage, porch, deck, or similar space. Your amendment takes out enclosed, changes it into interior, and takes out the porch and deck, thereby saying it's okay to expose them in these settings. Well, it isn't. It isn't okay to expose a foster child to secondhand smoke. That is what the intent of the bill is, and I think the language is very clear. But as I said, there is no police force standing right there, but it does clarify expectations, and it allows the counties to convey those expectations when they're licensing foster homes, and particularly when they're placing very medically vulnerable children.
Representative Metza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think that answers our question, members. There is no clarity in this. We could have people from every different county in the state coming to their own conclusion and drawing how they as a county should be dealing with this situation. And therefore, I would ask for your support again on my amendment. It doesn't gut the bill by any means. It keeps the smoke-free foster care for in the home, in the garage, in an interior porch, on a deck. I think it's a little different. We can talk about those as being an outside for the most part in Minnesota, especially if we're enjoying a deck, we're usually outside. And a screen porch, for example, would be something, a summer screen porch versus a enclosed screen porch. And so that's why I picked interior in there. But again, anyway, I think that this is something I would ask for your support on and appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like a roll call on this, please.
Roll call being requested. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Seeing 15 hands, there'll be a roll call. The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 50 ayes and 80 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. The next amendment at the desk, there's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Moran moving to amend House File 2402, the first engrossment as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A49.
Representative Moran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Amendment to A49 is about really creating better opportunities for foreign-trained physicians who have come to Minnesota for various reasons. Some of those reasons may have been for a safe haven, some for better opportunities, some fleeing for their lives. The Association of American Medical Colleges estimated that the United States will face a shortage of more than 91,500 physicians by 2020, and 45,000 of those doctors are in primary care. Minnesota is expected to be 2,000 doctors short. One way to address this problem is to fully integrate foreign-trained medical doctors into the Minnesota health system. There are over 240 foreign-trained medical doctors who are wanting and willing to help address the physician shortage. But due to systemic issues, they are working as cab drivers and cashiers. The Minnesota legislature, recognizing the asset that they bring to our state, has funded scholarships for foreign health care providers, professionals, to study and prepare for exams. These funds have been very appreciated by these doctors and have allowed over 100 of them to prepare for the necessary exams. However, they face a roadblock when it comes to attaining residency slots. Several of these doctors have passed exams with Minnesota support and were forced to move to another state because they were not accepted into the residency program in Minnesota. They want to live in Minnesota, in both rural and urban, and make contributions to their new home and their new community. So integrating them into the system will address the physician shortage issue that we have, but it will also address the disparities within the healthcare system by providing culturally and logistically appropriate health services. So I come before you today to ask for your support for this amendment, which will authorize the Department of Health to convene a working group to research and provide recommendations regarding a pathway for these foreign-trained doctors to practice in Minnesota. There are no costs, there's absolutely no costs associated with this amendment. The Department of Health has agreed to use existing resources to cover the cost. Thank you.
Representative Abler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Just to add on briefly, I rise in support of this. There is, as Representative Moran mentioned, there's a whole cadre of these very qualified foreign-trained doctors. And currently, if you happen to have been out of practice or in practice longer than 5 years, you cannot stand for the residencies that are available to others. And ironically, some of these are very experienced and they're in a good position to address some of the health disparities that we have so much challenges with in some of our parts of the state. And so it might be, looking back on this session, this might be one of the things we are so happy we actually got done, to find a way to address some of these very grave health disparities in the populations that these individuals would serve. So members, you can feel good voting yes. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, all those... Oh, Representative Mason.
Mr. Speaker, members, I too would like to support Representative Moran's bill. We know that there are a number of doctors that they're passing the test. The problem is getting the intern portion done. So again, I urge your support for this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Abler moving to amend House File 2402, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A69.
Representative Abler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. With all the health reform changes and all the challenges that have been upon us with some of the reforms, and I'll put that in quote reforms, Minnesota has in many ways suffered a loss of some of our capacity and quality, which is unfortunate. And people in many cases have actually lately been unable to seek care from their former physicians, and which is unfortunate. And so this simply says, this bill is full of licensing provisions, and this bill simply says that a licensing board could not take adverse action against a person because that individual can no longer treat the patient they have been seeing under the changes introduced by the Affordable Care Act or Obamacare, and I would appreciate your support of it, Mr. Speaker.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
David's moving to amend the Abler amendment to House File 2402 as follows. The amendment is coded A119.
Representative Davids.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment to the amendment simply says that by October 1st of 2014, there will be a report detailing the impact of MNsure's technological failures, administrative and project management problems, and lack of oversight on navigators, insurance brokers, and agents in Minnesota. There's no cost, no additional cost for this. It would be taken out of existing agency resources. I'd appreciate your support.
Any discussion? Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As much as I don't like to do this, I rise to a point of order under Rule 3.21B, and I'm prepared to offer advice.
State your advice.
Mr. Speaker, if you look at the underlying amendment, Representative Abler's amendment, it deals with licensing boards. The Davids amendment, the A119 amendment, dramatically expands that to sections that are not covered by the underlying primary amendment, and requests reports and a number of other things regarding things that are not within the scope of the underlying primary amendment. That being said, as I think later Representative Davids has a separate amendment, the A94 amendment, that does appear to be in order. So that might be the better place to take it rather than here. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask the point of order be well taken.
Having listened to the advice of Representative Atkins, I find that the point of order is well taken. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment. Oh, excuse me, we're back on the Abler amendment. I apologize.
Mr. Speaker, and I didn't ask for a roll call, but I think this is a white hat amendment that we all can get behind, and so just so everybody can have a chance to be for doctors and their freedom to endure the travails of what's transpiring in Minnesota with some of the changes that have been foisted upon Minnesota, I would ask for a roll call, Mr. Speaker.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Abler yield?
He will. Representative Liebling, he will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Abler, do you have any example of this kind of thing ever happening? I mean, even apart from the part about the Affordable Care Act changes, do you have any evidence that that any board took adverse action against a licensee because they could no longer treat a patient because of insurance issues of one kind or another? Has that ever happened?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Liebling. Well, not that I've heard, but I consider this like a vaccine. We're inoculating against harm to the physicians as they've been earnestly trying to survive the perils to which they've been subjected by all the changes. Thank you.
Representative Liebling.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Well, members, I would just urge you to vote no. I just think this is another gotcha amendment about the ACA, and oh, it's so bad that people aren't going to be able to see their doctors and stuff. And I think it's just absurd to think that, we've always had insurance, and insurance constantly changes what they cover and who's in their network and so on, so on. So it's really never been unusual for somebody to not be able to be treated. In fact, insurance oftentimes would just cut somebody off. They've reached their lifetime cap, for instance. At least that can't happen anymore under the ACA, or things like that. So I don't think there's ever this talk about having a solution without a problem. This is a solution without a problem. Vote no.
Representative Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And just to be brief, I never in the state of affairs of Minnesota's healthcare have so many physician-patient relationships been truncated and interrupted as in this last cycle. And so I don't know if it's going to happen, but it wouldn't be fair to the doctor if they found themselves in harm's way because they couldn't treat somebody. Many people have been enjoying services by a physician for their whole lifetime, now finding them in a much narrower network, a much shallower array of services that they no longer can get these. And it's terribly unfortunate. And I don't know what's going to happen with some of the care of these individuals, and maybe they're a specialist that they really liked. And so then they'll feel that they have to serve, but they won't be getting paid, and will they be given charge of abandonment? And so it could actually happen, Representative Liebling, especially in this time when so many health plans have changed, and so many plans that could have been grandfathered in were not grandfathered at the behest of the Dayton administration when they were given the chance to grandfather in some of these plans. So, members, you can vote as you wish, but I urge you to vote yes, just to make sure that nothing bad happens to our great physicians. And we have a great cadre, but let's just keep them that way and keep them safe from unnecessary harm. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Mack moving to amend House File 2402, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A46.
Representative Mack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, hoping I can get your support on the A46 amendment. Members, this has to do with the Navigator program within MNsure. We've talked about this a bit before. I think it's something that we want to move forward for the sake of our constituents. Safety, protection of their data. This just makes sure that our navigators that are going to be helping folks navigate the issues of MNsure, get their insurance, find the right plan for them, handling sensitive information. What this amendment does is make sure that those folks will be subject to background checks, the same background checks that we make sure many of our other health professionals, social workers, things of that nature, people that are having to do with this sensitive information, sometimes vulnerable folks. Same background checks they have to go through. That's what we're asking of navigators, members. I think that it's a good government measure. Many of these folks are out meeting with people, asking for medical histories, asking very personal information, sometimes handling sensitive information. So I think we as legislators, we as policymakers should make sure that we know who these folks are, know what's in their past, and make sure that they can be trusted with this information. So members, with that, I'd ask for a roll call and would ask for member support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Atkins.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker, and perhaps Representative Carlson was going to raise the same point. I rise to a point of order under Rule 4.03 and am prepared to offer advice.
State your advice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. According to DHS, this amendment, and I appreciate Representative Mack's concern about MNsure, I think we all share that, DHS says that this would have a fiscal impact, and therefore it would throw us out of balance with regard to our budget resolution. And under Rule 4.03, we don't allow that. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask that the point of order be well taken.
Representative Carlson.
Mr. Speaker, I would lay the same argument. There's no revenue provided for, and if there's no revenue provided for, arguably you might argue that this is coming from the general fund, which then would be a violation of the House budget resolution. So I would support the arguments that it's in violation of the budget resolution.
Representative Mack, what purpose do you rise?
Advice, Mr. Speaker.
State your advice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Guess just a couple points to what Representative Atkins said and Representative Carlson. I guess I'm a little confused and just question the issue, in fact, in the way of there being a fiscal note, only because this issue has come up many times and in bills, and I have never heard from the department about there being a fiscal note. My understanding is that these background checks are being done for many folks across the department, and I think that this would be a good government measure that the department could find within its means to take care of this for the folks of Minnesota, that it would be contingent with other things that we ask for background checks. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that you find the advice not well taken.
Representative Abler, what purpose do you rise?
Advice, Mr. Speaker.
State your advice.
Don't you just love doing human services bills well into the evening, Mr. Speaker? That's not the advice, that's just a comment.
It's early.
there's time. Mr. Speaker, DHS has a whole massive department of people who do nothing but background checks all day long. And they have told us, it's amazing, they found $1 million once for a computer program to do some work. Then we were shocked. I think you were still a regular person at that time, Mr. Speaker, and you were on the committee with me, and we watched Dr. Golden come forward, and they were going to do all this work. I forget what it's called now, but there was some min something or other where they were an IT thing, $1 million. And so, given the high-profile nature of some of the sex offenders and some of the people who have broken their trust as state employees with data issues, I would think they would find a way to shift their resources around to pay for this, Mr. Speaker. And there aren't thousands and thousands. There's a relatively small number. And they do nothing but background checks. And I think this could be done for virtually free within the department. They have people who could work an extra 5 minutes of this at their work. But I think that if you also consider the unintended consequences of what happens when one of these persons slips through and actually does cause some harm, what the legal costs are going to be for that case, what the compensatory costs are, and the other PR issues, and the having to set up a whole new PR program, get a whole new Babe the Blue Ox and Paul Bunyan to kind of make up for the negative PR that the DHS is going to have. And Minch had that great program with the Babe the Blue Ox, which we all thought was just awesome. And so saving all those costs would more than be compensated by whatever de minimis cost this would be. And I know that we have a de minimis standard here. And I believe it would be de minimis, Mr. Speaker, and I believe that we all should agree that this is something we want to do and that they can do it for free. Thanks.
Representative Carlson.
Mr. Speaker, a little further advice. I've got a memo here from the department, and they make the point that they do not do FBI multi-state checks, and they would need to start doing so. So this would be new, and they do not know the costs involved. So this is just a good example of where you need to have a fiscal note and understand what you're going to require. Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, back when I chaired the Education Committee, we did or required background checks for people in the education community, and there was a cost, and we had to cover those costs when we were dealing with K-12 finance, and they weren't even multi-state, so this clearly would have a cost and an unknown cost.
Representative Abler, what purpose do you rise?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, advice. Just further advice.
Representative Abler, state your advice.
So I just don't want them to get to hide behind unknown costs. And I believe that if this could go, I think it's the will of this body that we would adopt this amendment. And if indeed there was a true fiscal cost that could be calibrated, then this would be out of order when it gets to conference. But I would believe it'd be better to be safe than sorry. And DHS forever has an undetermined cost, and then later you find out that it's totally wrong. When I was a chair in 2011, correlated Representative Carlson's education experience. How often were our fiscal notes wrong in the millions? And we had to make reductions we didn't even want to make, and then come to find out that something actually saved money. So, Mr. Speaker, this is so important. I urge members I urge you to find this should go forward, and then we'll make sure it doesn't cost anything. But for today, this is something we should pass. Thank you.
Representative Quam, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. Speaker, advice?
State your advice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My advice is that there would not be a cost because in feedback from MNsure and the department, they said they were already doing background checks and that this would just ensure that instead of being a policy, it was in the statute. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, I advise you that it would be out of order because the experts have already stated there was no cost.
Representative Hoppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Advice?
State your advice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and members, what we're talking about here is protecting people from MNsure, and Representative Carlson, we're talking about costs. We don't know what the cost is, and I'll make 2 quick points. Mr. Speaker, I think you should rule that we should have some discussion on this. We haven't had any discussion all year. We don't have a fiscal note on this. If we would have had a hearing on this and Representative Mack would have brought forward this as an amendment or as a bill and we would have had a hearing on it, then we would have had fiscal people there, we would have had testimony, we would know the cost, and then maybe we would know that this isn't the kind of thing that we should do or it's too expensive, we need to find a different way. Secondarily, members, there would be a cost to this, perhaps. We don't have a fiscal note. What's the cost going to be if one of the navigators does something wrong and the state gets sued? Mr. Speaker, I think we should have this discussion. I think Representative Mack's amendment is something we should be talking about. We haven't had the MNsure discussion all year. We haven't had committee hearings. Everything on the floor has been non-germane. We're here in probably our last week. Let's talk about it now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Having listened to the advice of Representative Atkins and Carlson and Mack and Abler and Quam and Hoppe, and having reviewed the amendments and having served as chair of the Health and Human Services Policy Committee, I find that the point of order is well taken.
Mr. Speaker?
Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to appeal the ruling of the chair and ask for a roll call.
Roll call being requested. There being 15 hands, we'll have a roll call. Seeing no discussion, the clerk will vote. A green vote is supports the ruling of the Speaker. A red vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. The clerk will take the roll. Close the roll. There being 71 ayes and 61 nays, it is the decision of the judgment of the House that the decision of the Speaker shall stand. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Dean M. moving to amend House File 2402, the first engrossment as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A48.
Representative Dean.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw the amendment.
Representative Dean withdraws his amendment. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Dean M. moving to amend House File 2402, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A112.
Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, I have offered this amendment before, and this is a MNsure reform amendment that gets to some transparency within MNsure, that looks at reporting for what MNsure is doing. It also authorizes that the legislature approve the budget from MNsure. Members, I think this is probably one of those amendments that you've heard about that people have said, you know, that probably makes some sense. If we were to go ahead with this, we should really ought to do this to prevent some bad things from happening with the rollout of MNsure. So, members, I would ask for your support on this amendment, and I think that this is the right place for this amendment. I believe that this has been ruled not germane in the past, but I think that within the health policy bill that this has now found a home that really can't be argued is not germane with any kind of a straight-face argument on the House floor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd appreciate members' support, and I'd appreciate a roll call and 15 hands. Yeah, there's 15 hands. Well, that's not for me to decide. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There were 15 hands, so there will be a roll call. Representative Atkins.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Dean, for bringing the amendment. There are actually some really good things that have happened as a result of MNsure, including now 200,000 Minnesotans who secured insurance coverage through MNsure at the lowest rates in the country. By far the lowest rates. I believe 60% lower than anywhere else in the country and 88% lower than Wisconsin. I did want to rise, though, unfortunately, under a point of order under Rule 3.21, Mr. Speaker, and I'm prepared to offer advice.
State your advice.
In looking at the bill, and it's a pretty thorough bill, Representative Liebling, but there's no reference to Chapter 62V anywhere in the bill, and Representative Dean's amendment impacts health insurance as opposed to health care or health policy. For that reason, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that the point of order be well taken.
Representative Dean, what purpose do you rise?
Advice, Mr. Speaker.
State your advice.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I would not surprisingly give the advice that that this is germane and that the point be not well taken. I would direct members to line 1.14 of the bill, and if you've got it on your desk, it's a big heavy bill, but it's only 14 lines down. It says amending statutes 2012 section 62J.497 and also 62U.04. This is not just in the strike zone, but it's in the middle of the glove, Representative Atkins and members, and this absolutely is about health care, and it is about providing health coverage to Minnesotans. So if you believe that this is about health care and it is about providing care to Minnesotans, then you should find the point of order not well taken and have our first debate on the House floor about this important topic of MNsure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members.
Having reviewed the bill, I have enough advice, I think, Representative Abler. So having reviewed the bill, listened to the advice of Representative Atkins and Dean, also having reviewed the Murphy Amendment, which was adopted a lot earlier ago, I find that the point of order is well taken.
Mr. Speaker?
Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd appeal the ruling of the Speaker and ask for a roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The question before the body: shall the decision of the Speaker stand as the judgment of the House? A green vote supports the ruling of the Speaker. A red vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. Representative Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that you had enough advice. I think the body probably needs some other advice. And so this bill, I mean, you don't have to talk about it. You're in charge. And the people are being very obedient and good team members. But Minnesota's not being served, Mr. Speaker. We've sat through a hellacious year with MNsure. And this is our chance to talk about it, Mr. Speaker. That's the advice to the body. There's been some successes, but we have been sold a bill of goods. On another amendment, I took a picture of one of the placards that I got touting the great benefits of MNsure, what we could expect. And I don't have it ready right now, but I'll pull it up maybe later if this topic comes up again. But we are charged. This bill here tells us about Minnesota health care, about the welfare of our clients, the welfare of the people that we serve in our state-run county programs and our state-defined health care. And it even refers to the Affordable Care Act in here, Mr. Speaker. And so, with you overwhelming support, the people on that half of the room thought that we should do this MNsure thing. And with overwhelming unsupport, we decided this is not a good idea, or we should have a different way to do it. And so, it didn't go well. And so, Representative Dean has given us as a legislative body the chance to actually undo some of the harm, some of the design flaws, some of the bad things, Mr. Speaker. The governor himself said he didn't have control over the MNsure board, over MNsure. Let's put it under a department and actually give a budget that we could actually be ratifying. Let's make it work better in a bipartisan way. Here's a chance. So, Mr. Speaker, and actually to the body, this is your chance to actually get to talk about it and actually do something proud. You can say, yeah, now we're so proud and we've made it even better. So you could tout that in your re-elections. And as we go out of here, so members, I urge you to find, with all respect, the ruling of your Speaker as being not correct. Thank you.
Representative Davids.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I really didn't want to get up and talk about this one, but just because my good friend Chair Atkins says something doesn't make it so. He has said how many times that 200,000 more people have health insurance. My question is, how many of those are on Medicaid? How many of those are on MNcare? How many of those are on state subsidized programs? So we actually have a net loss. Members, MNsure is a complete, abysmal failure. If I wanted to, I'm a licensed insurance agent. If somebody comes into my office and they need coverage, I can't sell it to them today. How's that for access to health care? How many people have you had? I know I've had quite a few that call you up in tears and say, Representative Davids, I've lost my doctor of the last 20 years. I've lost my doctor. So please, members, just because you say MNsure is good does not make it true, because it is awful. It is the biggest waste of money this state has ever seen. So I'll make a deal with you. And the lowest rates, try southeastern Minnesota. I supported a Liebling bill earlier, amended earlier, that said that we're going to spread the cost out because southeast Minnesota got hit so bad. So don't tell me it's the cheapest that there is, because it is not.
Representative Hertas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my distinguished colleague, Representative Davids, you took most of what I wanted to say away from the debate, but Representative Atkins, I just also wanted to add that with regard to the claim about 200,000 in MNsure, that may be so, but how is that the lowest rates when the purchasers in MNsure, the vast majority of them, are being subsidized to 400% of the poverty level to purchase on the exchange? The exchange is destroying the private market, and that is hardly competition. Thank you.
The question before the body is, shall the decision of the Speaker stand? As the judgment of the House, a green vote supports the ruling of the Speaker, a red vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. The clerk will take the roll. Clerk will close the roll. There being 71 ayes and 61 nays, it's the judgment of the House. The decision of the Speaker shall stand. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Abler moving to amend House File 2402, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A113.
Representative Abler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is another one about MNsure. And one thing that, just give me a second first, Representative Atkins, before you jump up. But this is one of the gaps. Oh, this is a good one. You'll like this one. This is one of the gaps we had in the exchange in MNsure, was that the people that were on the board really didn't know what they were doing in terms of health care and insurance business. And so we discussed this. I had the privilege to serve on the conference committee, which was a very interesting opportunity. And we discussed this at some length. And if you're going to have a group of people designing a whole new project, then it would be nice if the people had some idea about ever having done this before. And so they made some decisions, actually very closely held, in secret, at least the group before that, the department. And then the new board took over and found themselves curiously unable to cope with the problems that were there. And so this would actually allow people who actually have a conflict, as we all serve in this House, to serve on the board. And there are certain times when we have a direct interest in a project, we know that we can't vote on something. And so we recuse ourselves. But in the meantime, the House benefits by that knowledge base, which is, as we have watched in debates, is expansive. This would give this MNsure board the same opportunity to do that, Mr. Speaker. And so it just says that this says that the people actually have 10 years of experience for them. Four appointed by the governor. 2 people actually have some long-standing experience in the sector. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to offer advice.
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm prepared to offer advice too, but first we should put the point of order before the body, and I'd rather just do a point of order under Rule 3.21.
State your advice.
Mr. Speaker, this one may hit the glove, but the glove is quite a ways out of the strike zone. It amends Chapter 62V yet again, and moments ago you ruled that to be non-germane. It addresses board composition to allow for conflicts of interest on the MNsure board. Neither MNsure nor health insurance are being addressed in the bill, and therefore it's outside the scope of the bill, and I'd appreciate your finding that the point of order is well taken.
Representative Abler.
Mr. Speaker, advice?
State your advice.
Well, maybe my advice could be in the form of a short little just a story, if I can, just to illustrate the point of why this should be allowed to be discussed. We've had some floods in Minnesota, and there was a particular flood happening to this little town. And there was a man in his home with his family, and the knock came at the door. And there was a man there saying, "You'll be flooded, you'd better leave." And so they said, "No, it's okay, God will provide." And so the water comes up around the house, and a boat comes up to the front door of the house, Mr. Speaker. And they knock on the door, he says, "You better leave." "No, God will provide." And so the water gets higher and higher, the family climbs on the roof of the house, and a helicopter comes by and says, "You better leave, the house is being flooded." And he says, "No, God will provide." And so the family drowns. They're up in heaven, and they're saying, "God, why didn't you protect us?" And he says, "I did. I sent a man, and I sent a boat, and I sent a helicopter." Now, how does that fit this, Mr. Speaker? This is your chance. This is our chance to rescue Minnesota from the perils of having people who don't know what they're doing running this exchange. The good thing about the exchange these days is Mr. Leitz is running it, and he has been just the savior of that, and he has been a very gifted person at that. But it's not good to have the only person who's got deep knowledge of a group being the executive director. You want to have people on the board who have the knowledge. And Mr. Speaker and members, as in my story, this is perhaps not God's provision, but my provision to this House in a way that we can actually help this, the good things we hope to happen come true. So members, I hope, Mr. Chair, I hope that you find this point of order not well taken. Thank you.
Having listened to the advice of Representative Atkins and Abler and reviewed the amendment and the bill, I found that the point of order is well taken. Representative Abler.
Mr. Speaker, I think my advice was really good, and I'd like to try to let the body have a chance to vote on that. I'd like to appeal the ruling of the chair and ask for a roll call. Thank you.
Roll call being requested. There's 15 hands. The question before the body is, shall the decision of the Speaker stand as the judgment of the House? A yes or green vote supports the ruling of the Speaker. A no or red vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. Representative Mack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Advice to the body. Members, just advice on this point of order. I want to make it quick. We go round and round on this issue, but members, I don't know how much longer we as legislators and some of you on that side of the aisle can continue to abdicate the responsibility of making some of the adjustments needed to MNsure. We're hearing from constituents about very logical things that need to be done. The report that was recently released by, I'm forgetting the name of the company, the Optum report came out. Some of the things it cited was this very issue, the issue of the board composition and the lack of folks on the board with knowledgeable experience in the insurance industry and the medical industry, things of that nature. This particular issue that Representative Abler is bringing forward is just one of many issues that need to be resolved that I think we can find common ground on, members. But we have not had an opportunity to talk about it. Not a single opportunity to address or take straight up and down votes on ways to address the challenges facing MNsure. Facing this new agency that has had some victories, Representative Atkins, I will concede that, but it is certainly wrought with many, many problems. And I know that the folks that serve with me on the Legislative Oversight Committee, Representative Hoppe being one of them, Representative Huntley, Representative Loeffler, Representative Atkins, we serve on the Legislative Oversight Committee. Those problems, those flaws have been brought to our attention ample times. And it's just surprising that we haven't had a chance as a legislature to fulfill our responsibilities to make the adjustments needed. This is just one of those opportunities. It fits within the scope of this bill. Members, I would hope that you find the Speaker's ruling out of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The clerk will take the roll on the point of order, of appeal. Clerk will close the roll. Representative Hornstein votes aye. There being 71 ayes and 61 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the decision of the Speaker shall stand. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Abler moving to amend House File 2402. The first engrossment is amended as follows. The amendment is coded A52.
Representative Abler. It's the Autism Task Force.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, I was doing pretty well in the beginning, and then a little rough spot in the middle. Mr. Speaker, I think that if we can't rescue Minnesota from the perils of MNsure and some of the unintended consequences of all that, perhaps we can rescue some kids with autism. There was a task force put together by us in a MAC a couple of years ago, and which actually has been productive, and there's been a few snags, but it's a task force that's proving to have some value, and has just a little bit of time left to run. And I'm sure that the proponents of this bill really didn't mean to delete this task force. I think it shows a lot of respect for the families that have autism, and as we try to address it. And so what this amendment does, Mr. Speaker, is just reinstate the task force for the life of the task force. It doesn't extend it, just keeps it as in current law. And just to point out, Mr. Speaker and members, that autism is just an unknown, terrible assailant to some of these families who are suffering the tragedy of that. They welcome their little child into the world, and then only to find out that there's something different about him or her. And as they grow up, there's mild cases and severe cases, and their world all changes. And so I pray someday we can figure out why it comes, which is what I've been pushing the Department of Health to do, to take some interest in that. And some populations have greater interest than others. But if we do not get our arms around this autism problem, the monies that we're going to have to expend to remediate these children and just simply care for them are going to be astronomical. Both in special ed and on the human services side and the waiver programs. And it's just a great, great challenge. And there's been numerous task forces in my experience, Mr. Chair and members, that have come forward, some with some success, some with more success. But I'm asking you to give this task force a chance to live out its life and to bring forth the benefits that can be had by it. And so, members, I appreciate your support for this. And, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for a roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Abler is amending a provision that I have in the bill, and I'm going to ask members to vote red on his amendment to remove part of my provision. And while I do appreciate that he left some of the language in there, he is removing the repealer. And members, it is a Rochester citizen that actually brought the idea of the task force to this legislature. The Senate adopted it first and had a working committee, and then the House voted to support my constituents' desire, and thank you, Representative Abler, for doing that. I must say, you know, when we put a task force together or a working group together, we don't know how long it's going to take, but we pick a couple of years and we put it in place, and this particular committee met for several years, and their task was to create a strategic plan and to create an implementation plan, both of which were done. They have been successfully completed. We voted on them several months ago, and now it's time for the work to get done. And it's not the 12 volunteers that are going to do the work, members. It's the departments. It's the people that are responsible for the implementation of the plan, and it's not 12 volunteers or 10 volunteers or 13 volunteers, depending on how many people show up for the meeting. It's actually the people in the departments. And so the amendment and the language in here assigns the tasks to each of those 4 departments to deal with housing and jobs and services, all the things that we all care about. So, members, if I did not think that the task force had done its work and that the departments weren't very capable of implementing it, I would not be sunsetting the task force. But the work is done. The task force is done meeting. Its timeliness has been met, and now it's time to get the departments busy. So I encourage you to vote red on the amendment, and let's get some things done for the folks with autism.
Representative Mack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I just want to stand up and let you know I have served on this task force for the past 6 years. For many of those years with former Representative Nora Slawick. It has been a very educational and, I believe, productive time on this task force. I am disappointed to see Representative Norton and I talked. I am disappointed to see this being sunset at this time. I do recognize and appreciate Representative Norton in the bill keeping the fact and the language in there to make sure that the departments do see this work through. I do appreciate that piece. I do disagree in the sense that I think it is part of the task force's job to continue working with the departments, working with the agencies through the implementation process. And so in that sense, I do think that it is too early for the task force to be sunset. I think that's part of its charge. But Representative Norton and I can agree to disagree on that particular point. And so members, just wanted to share that piece of this equation with you. Thank you, members.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll.
Mr. Speaker.
Ward votes. Ward JA votes aye. There being 61 ayes and 71 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Huntley moving to amend House File 2402, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A48.
Representative Huntley.
Mr. Speaker and members, what this does is set the date for the MNsure board to release what the insurance companies are going to charge on September 1st rather than November 15th. It's a very good bill or amendment.
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Actually, Representative Huntley, it is not a very good bill. Mr. Speaker, I rise to a point of order under 3.21 and prepared to offer advice.
State your advice.
For the same reason that the A48 amendment was, I'm sorry, the A112 amendment was ruled out of order, Mr. Speaker. The only difference with this is the date change. Instead of October 1st, they put in September 1st. It's still out of the chapter, any chapter that's been referenced in the bill. It refers to health insurance rather than health policy. For those reasons, point of order should be well taken.
I find the point of order is well taken.
Mr. Speaker,
Representative Abler.
I don't think so. This is not fair to Representative Huntley. I think that we should have a chance to appeal the ruling of the chair on behalf of my good friend Representative Huntley. So, and I ask for a roll call.
Roll call on the appeal of the chair. There are 15 hands. There will be a roll call. The question before the body is, shall this decision of the Speaker stand as the judgment of the House? A yes or green vote supports the ruling of the Speaker. A no or red vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank Representative Huntley for bringing this forward. This has nothing whatsoever to do with the amendment that I had earlier. You might have confused that, so please vote with Representative Huntley on this. I think he is probably correct on this. I would ask you for a red vote in support of Representative Huntley on this particular issue.
The clerk will take the roll. Clerk will close the roll. There being 71 ayes and 61 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the decision of the Speaker shall stand. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Davids moving to amend House File 2402, the first engrossment as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A94-1.
And Representative Davids, it looks like you have a technical amendment. We'll offer that. The clerk will report the amendment.
Davids moving to amend his amendment to House File 2402 as follows. The amendment is coded A122.
All in favor of that amendment say aye. All opposed no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. Representative Davids, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I had a similar amendment to trying to amend a earlier Abler bill. This one has to do with a report that would be due by October 1st, detailing the impact of some of MNsure's situations that they found themselves in. And members, I'd appreciate your support.
There is another amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Loeffler moving to amend the Davids amendment as follows. The amendment is coded A123.
Representative Loeffler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. What this secondary amendment does is it supports the goal of gathering more evaluative data on how the current system of enrolling people in health care is working. But it gathers that information from those who are most affected and who can best provide that information. It gathers it in a survey of agents, brokers, navigators, and counties as to their experience with MNsure. It documents changes in technological access and information on the number of policies sold or arranged by the brokers and agents. So it addresses the major themes of Representative Davids'
Representative Davids, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to a point of order.
State your point of order.
According to Mason's, if you look at page 271, section 401, improper amendments, and go to paragraph 2, if you would, Mr. Speaker, it says an amendment is not an order that would change one kind of motion into another. Now, I'm not writing the point of order on that part, but the second part, or that would substitute one kind for another. Members, if we're going to get by with having amendments to amendments that totally reverse the original amendment, that has never been allowed on this House floor, and that's exactly what's going on. The Loeffler amendment simply is trying to, well, it eviscerates my amendment, and it basically says that we're going to go out for some information that we already know. And so this is a substitute that is not in order, very ungentlemanly, I might add, and I would suggest that you find my point of order well taken.
Representative Loeffler, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. Speaker, advice.
State your advice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The secondary amendment actually does address the same subjects in terms of the technological information that's available, the role of navigators, insurance brokers, and agents, the sufficiency of their access, their performance. And what it does do, though, is it takes away the judgmental words that are in the original amendment, which actually dictates a conclusion. So it does direct the Commissioner of Human Services to develop a report, to report it to the legislature on the experiences of all with the topics that are in the underlying amendment in terms of technology, its oversight, administrative and project management, sufficiency. Those are all information that they're going to have to get from the users of the system. My amendment clarifies that they are to get that information from the users of the system rather than an opinion piece of the state agency, and it just clarifies that the source should be the original source of that information, the experience of the people who are actually using the system. The report is again to be done with existing resources and go to the same bodies to receive the report.
Okay. Having listened to the advice of Representative Davids and Loeffler and having reviewed Section 401, Subdivision 2, I find that the point of order is not well taken.
Mr. Speaker?
Representative Abler.
I appeal the ruling in chair. I wouldn't have appealed it, but you didn't let me talk in the beginning, and so I would have liked to offer you advice. So I appeal the ruling in chair and would like to offer advice.
Abler appeals the ruling of the chair. State your advice.
Mr. Speaker, with all respect, I know it's been a long day, but this is a substantive... Thank you. But it is a substitute amendment, Mr. Speaker, and this is an important ruling, and I don't know that the content matters so much as the fact that you're replacing an entire amendment.
It's not replacing an entire amendment if you actually review the amendment, Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Advice to the body.
State your advice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what we're doing here on the floor, every action that we take, sets a precedence for our body. And you may feel that it's okay and well and good now because you have the majority on your side of the aisle. However, there will come a day when we will have a conversation about this, and you'll maybe rise to whoever the speaker is at that moment, and you'll say, hey, as this side of the aisle will point out to you, you did this in this year, at this time, at this bill. So no matter who's in charge, how we handle things and the process that we have here does matter. As Representative David pointed out, we are saying that anybody can offer an amendment that strips out the other person's amendment and does exactly the opposite of it. We have had a history in this body of not allowing that to happen. If we go against that right here in this ruling, we're going to say that anybody can do that going forward. So you may not care about it at this moment in time, but there will come a time where you will say, this was wrong. I just really caution you against voting to uphold the Speaker's ruling on this, because there are consequences for these actions. Maybe you won't feel it today, but someday you will. Please vote red.
Representative Davids.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, I'm disappointed in the ruling. If we go down this road, I think Representative Anderson summed up where this thing could go. This was a substitution. We went from a report detailing the impact of Mincher's technological failures, which were many, administrative and project management problems, which were many, lack of oversight on navigators, which there's none, and it gets turned as an attack on insurance agents with information that we already have. So this one's bigger, members, than the issue itself. If we allow this to stand, when we're in the majority after the November elections, I don't want to be doing this to you, because this is simply wrong.
The decision before the body is shall the decision. Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And advice under Mason's rule, Section 179, main question. All general questions of substantive nature are the main question in order, and what this says is the order in which we have to deal with the question before the body. What has been properly pointed out by Representative Davids is that we are subverting the main question before the body with the subsequent question, which is clearly against Masons and clearly against custom and usage.
The question before the body is shall this ruling, a decision of the Speaker stand as the judgment of the House. A yes vote supports the ruling of the Speaker. A no vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The motion, it is there. Let's see. It is the judgment of the House that the decision of the Speaker shall stand. Division is asked for. All those who voted aye, please stand. You can sit down. All those opposed or voting no, please rise. There being 65 ayes and 57 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the decision of the Speaker shall stand. We are on the Loeffler amendment to the amendment. Any further discussion on that? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. Division being requested. All those in favor say, please stand. Those opposed, please stand. Sixty-four ayes and 60 nays. The amendment prevails. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. To the Davids amendment, Representative Davids.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm very saddened by what just transpired here, members. Now it's okay in the Minnesota House to totally gut an amendment with an amendment that does exactly this opposite thing. And I do have to just comment again on Representative Atkins' 200,000 members. We don't know how many of those people had insurance before, so we can't say there's been 200,000 people that have health insurance now as opposed to ones that already did. So this is really unfortunate that we can take an amendment. Just if you don't like the amendment, members, just vote it down. Just vote it down. That's all you had to do. Just vote it down. What, Ron? Mr. Speaker, I yield to Representative Earhart. Sounds like he has something to say.
Representative Earhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I said was, if you'd be quiet, we will vote it down.
Okay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let's stop. Representative Davids.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That was very ungentlemanly, but that happens from time to time. Mr. Speaker, I withdraw the amendment as amended.
Representative Davids withdraws his amendment. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Zerwas moving to amend House File 2402, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A44.
Representative Zerwas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Time to talk about something maybe a little less controversial. Navigators. So, my amendment, the A44 amendment, deals with payment to navigators. Clearly, it would not be controversial to say that if you sign up one person for one insurance policy as a navigator, you should get paid once. That is super duper simple, clearly super germane, and I can't wait to have the discussion. I've been waiting to have it all year long, and I can't wait to talk about it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Zerwas. I support the amendment. I think it's a very good idea, and I would suggest that members vote green.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Davids moving to amend House File 2402, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A45-1.
Representative Davids.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll withdraw that amendment.
Representative Davids withdraws his amendment. Clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 2402 as amended.
Third reading. Discussion to the bill. Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. We've had a good, long discussion. This is a great bill, and I hope members will vote for it.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill. Clerk will close the roll. There being 86 ayes and 46 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 2782. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 2782 on the calendar for today, the first engrossment, an act relating to campaign finance.
Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate File, 2782 started as a House file, and the first thing I'd like to do, Mr. Speaker, is to move the DEA 3033 amendment.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Winkler moving to amend Senate File 2782, the first engrossment as follows. Delete everything after the enacting clause and insert the language of House File 3033, the first engrossment. The amendment is coded DEA 3033.
Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is just substituting the House language for the Senate language, and I'd ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no discussion, all in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, members, Senate File, I keep forgetting this, 2782 makes a change in law to local campaign contribution limits, which have not been updated in some 20 years. It also requires public disclosure, electronic disclosure of those contributions. Members, this has not been done in Minnesota previously. The reports are filed at the unit of government for which the person or the candidate is running, but there's no obligation that they may be readily available. The bill also requires the Campaign Finance Board to include a link to those local websites with those reports. So while we are increasing limits and putting more money into local elections, we're also creating disclosure that has not previously existed in Minnesota, and we're also, based on my understanding, doing something at the local level that hasn't been done before in any other state. So we are providing some significant new transparency on local elections while updating the contribution limits, which haven't been changed in 20 years. So I would ask for your support, members.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
O'Driscoll moving to amend Senate File 2782, the first engrossment, as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A2.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is truly a technical correction in consultation with Representative Winkler. We have come to the same conclusion that we need to do a little bit of cleaning up of language on this portion of the bill. Some of the smaller communities, townships, and cities that maybe only have, for example, my background in the cities, there may be some cities that only have 150, 200 people in there, and they may not even have a website or a staff to be able to take this type of information. And so what the amendment does is it allows for some of the cities that have, or in townships that have less than 400 registered voters on a January 1st time frame to be able to be exempt from this. And so, members, I ask you to go ahead and vote green on this. Thank you.
There is an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Winkler moving to amend the O'Driscoll amendment to Senate File 2782 as follows. The amendment is coded A3.
Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, it's my understanding that the A5 amendment to the amendment is drafted to the A4, not to the RA 14271. And if I'm incorrect, please let me know and I'll proceed with the amendment to the amendment.
We're on the A2, right? I don't know. Can I see this? So we are on the A2 amendment, and the A3 amendment is drafted to the A2 amendment. So this is the amendment that's drafted. This secondary amendment is drafted to the underlying amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw the A3 amendment. And members, the A2 and the A3 are drafted to the Senate language, not to the House language that we've reinserted. So by starting with the DEA amendment, we actually put the A2 and the A3 amendment out of order.
O'Driscoll's doesn't fit in the
Okay.
language either.
So Representative Winkler withdraws his amendment. Representative O'Driscoll?
Mr. Speaker, I will withdraw my amendment as well, given the fact we do have the technical issues today.
All right, the amendment has been withdrawn. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Winkler moving to amend Senate File 2782 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A4.
Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, sorry for the confusion. The A4 adopts the provision that Representative O'Driscoll was just offering related to exempting towns or cities with fewer than 400 registered voters from being required to post online financial reports. It also specifies that if a city or county, or if a city does not have a website, it doesn't have to create one just for the sake of publishing campaign finance reports, but it does have to provide that information to the county in which the city sits, and the county then has to publish it on its website. And members, I would ask, I think this incorporates the intention of Representative O'Driscoll, and when we get back to this amendment, I think this would accommodate both of our concerns about this bill.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I don't concur 100% with the language in here, but it is close enough to my liking this afternoon, and I would ask members to go ahead, or I should say this evening, to go ahead and support the Winkler A4 amendment.
There is an amendment to that amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Winkler's moving to amend his amendment to Senate File 2782 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded to A5.
Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The A5 incorporates language that was originally drafted last session for the bill that we passed that raised the contribution expenditure limits for candidates for state office. The A5 eliminates exemptions that are in current law that protect nonprofit corporations who wish to hide their sources of funding for their political activity from the public. The two provisions are express advocacy and electioneering communications. Members, this language is opposed by, in its original form, was opposed by several organizations. The version that's before us in the A5 amendment to the amendment addresses all of the substantive concerns that have been raised by those organizations. However, it continues to move forward to require disclosure. And to be very clear, members, this does not, the concern that people have raised is that somehow this would require organizations to disclose their donors. And to be, just so you understand, it's only donors who have contributed at least $5,000 and only if that money has been used for purposes of influencing elections. It doesn't mean that if you have an organization dedicated to some social purpose that somehow that they have to disclose all of their individual donors. That is simply not true. It does, however, clean up a pretty glaring loophole which allows organizations to use certain words that let them avoid disclosure, and it lets them hide their electioneering work under the guise of issue advocacy, when in fact they are distributing information right before an election to influence the outcome of an election, and they want to do it without saying who's paying for it. This is a basic right to know. Members, this is a basic concept that if you are willing to engage in free speech, you should be willing to stand in the public square and say it, rather than hide behind the screen of an organization who is advocating for one particular issue. So I would ask for a green vote on the A5 amendment to the amendment. The nervous concerns that you've heard from organizations are simply not there. And there's one other thing the A5 does, and that is to remove criminal exemptions or criminal penalties for corporations engaged in independent expenditure work, something that specifically the Business Partnership and the Chamber of Commerce have requested. So this is a good pro-chamber, pro-business partnership vote to vote green, and they have requested this. We are trying to accommodate them, and a red vote is a vote for hiding more money in politics without the public getting to know who's paying for what election. So I would ask for a green vote, and I would ask for a roll call, Mr. Speaker.
A roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to a point of order.
State your point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Rule 3.21, motions and propositions must be germane. Mr. Speaker, this amendment to the amendment that Representative Winkler has deals with Section 10A, the bill that he is amending, deals with Chapter 211, where we are 200 plus chapters away from being close on this one. So, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that you find this point of order well taken.
Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, advice.
State your advice.
Mr. Speaker, the amendment to the amendment is germane. Rule 4.02 in Masons is actually very unclear about how exactly germaneness needs to be judged. But one of the things they do not say is that it has to be in the same section of statute. The bill, the underlying bill, and the amendment to the amendment deal with campaign finance disclosure. The amendment to the amendment is about campaign finance disclosure. It may be coded in a different section of statute, but it's the exact same issue. It's exactly within the scope of the bill. It deals with contributions and their disclosure and how politics is bought and paid for. And it is exactly the kind of amendment that is germane to a bill like this. So, Mr. Speaker, I would urge you to find the point of order not well taken.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Albright, what purpose do you rise?
Advice, Mr. Speaker.
State your advice.
Mr. Speaker, I might also remind the body that under Mason's, the pertinent rule is actually 402.5, where an amendment to amendment must be germane to the subject of the amendment as well as to the main question. But I would also remind the Speaker and the body that this is lesser to the rules of the House, which we are also calling under motions and propositions 3.21. Thank you.
Having listened to the advice of Representative Albright and Sanders and Winkler, having reviewed the amendment and the amendment to the amendment, I find that the point of order is well taken. We're on the Winkler original amendment. We're on the Winkler amendment. Representative Winkler, sorry.
Mr. Speaker, I think that without the amendment to the amendment, the bill is non-controversial and not very interesting. And if you adopt the A4, it accommodates, I think, most of the concerns that local units of government have had. So I would urge a yes vote on the amendment.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I would encourage a no vote on this. As I had said, the A4 amendment was not completely to my liking, but it was peace in the valley. And if the A5 is going to go on to the A4, I'm just going to ask members to not support the A4.
What? Surprising as it may be, I actually ruled in favor of the point of order. So we're on the original amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did not track that. I appreciate the clarification. You're right. I was surprised.
Okay. Any further discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. Representative Driscoll, do you want to offer the RA? Representative Driscoll.
Mr. Speaker, no, I can withdraw that. I think we've taken care of the issues associated with this bill. Thank you.
The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 2782 as amended.
Third reading. Any discussion to the bill? Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And Representative Winkler, thank you for bringing the underlying bill before the body. I think it's a good bill and deserves a green vote.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 121 ayes and 11 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. We're going to revert without objection to messages from the Senate.
Message from the Senate. This is the Kiefer motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file, herewith returned as amended by us, in which amendments the concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House File 1851, an act relating to public safety. Kiefer moves that the House refuse to concur in the Senate amendments to House File 1851, that the Speaker appoint a conference committee of 3 members of the House to meet with a like committee appointed by the Senate.
Representative Kiefer.
We're just having a conference committee, Speaker. Thank you.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The motion is adopted. The motion prevails.
This is the Murphy M. motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file, herewith returned as amended by the Senate, which concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House File 1951, an act relating to retirement. Murphy M. moves that the House refuse to concur in the Senate amendments to House File 1951, that the Speaker appoint a conference committee of 5 members of the House to meet with a like committee appointed by the Senate.
Representative Murphy M.
Mr. Speaker, there's 5 differences that have to be worked out.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails.
This is the Sundin motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file, herewith returned as amended by the Senate, which amendment to concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House File 1984, an act relating to state government. Sundin moves that the House refuse to concur in the Senate amendments to House File 1984, that the Speaker appoint a conference committee of 3 members of the House to meet with a like committee appointed by the Senate.
Representative Sundin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's just a couple minor adjustments in the bill. We'll bring it back post haste.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails.
This is the Laine motion. Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce that the passage by the Senate of the following House file, herewith returned as amended by the Senate, in which amendment to concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House File 2166, an act relating to elections. Laine moves that the House refuse to concur in the Senate amendments to 2166, that the Speaker appoint a conference committee of 3 members of the House to meet with a like committee appointed by the Senate.
Representative Laine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the electronic rosters bill, and we need to go to conference committee and work some things out. Thank you.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails.
Message from the Senate. This is the Lesh motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file, herewith returned as amended by the Senate, in which amendment to concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House File 2925, an act relating to public safety. Lesh moves that the House refuse to concur in the Senate amendments to House File 2925, that the Speaker appoint a conference committee of 3 members of the House to meet with a like committee appointed by the Senate.
Representative Lesh. moves to not concur on House File 2925.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, Conference Committee, that'd be great. Thanks.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. Reports from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration.
Report from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration. Murphy, for the Committee on Rules, pursuant to Rule 121 and 333, designates the following bills to be placed on the calendar for the day for Wednesday, May 7, 2014. House File Number 799, Senate File Numbers 2175, 2162, and 2065, House File Number 2542, and Senate File Number 1900.
Motions and resolutions. There's copies of the non-controversial motions and resolutions online and at the front desk. If there's no objection, we'll take action on those motions first. Hearing no objection, those motions prevail. Announcements. Representative Loon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Tomorrow is the last of this session's Love to Volunteer, Legislators Uniting to Volunteer opportunity. So all members and staff that are interested, we would love to have you join us. The place we're going to volunteer tomorrow, and it's tomorrow evening from 5:30 to 7:30, is the Hope Chest in St. Paul. I sent around an email about it, a little bit about the organization, but it's basically a very high-end thrift store. They get terrific items donated from private individuals and from companies, and they sell those items. All the profits go to helping women and their families who are suffering from breast cancer and have some kind of need, whether it's meals, help paying the electric bill, all kinds of things. So they're going to have us tag some merchandise, assist the shoppers, and for anybody who's coming, if you happen to have extra shopping bags at your house, they are always in need of shopping bags to package up what people buy. So if you're coming along, I hope you will, wear your purple t-shirts and bring any extra shopping bags with you. We'll see you tomorrow night.
Representative Carlson.
Mr. Speaker, members, the Ways and Means Committee is canceled for this evening. We will meet in room 200 at 8 a.m. Tomorrow morning, and we'll be taking up the capital investment bill, the medical marijuana, and making an adjustment in the budget resolution.
Representative
in room 200, as I said, 8 a.m.
Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and GOP members of Ways and Means will be meeting in room 272 at 9:10.
Other announcements. Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 11 a.m. Tuesday, May 6th, 2014.
Representative Murphy moves that when the House adjourned today, it adjourn until 11 a.m. Tuesday, May 6, 2014. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails. Representative Murphy. Oh, Representative Doubt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Majority Leader yield for a question?
She will yield. Representative Doubt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Murphy, could you give us an outline for what tomorrow might look like, what time we'll be here, what other things will be happening, and at what time tomorrow?
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. In addition to the volunteer activity tomorrow evening, we will be here on the floor at 11. And there will also be an informational hearing tomorrow late in the day. It'll be, I believe, the committees on public safety, civil law, and potentially government operations.
Representative Doubt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If Representative Murphy would yield for another question.
She will yield. Representative Doubt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will we be breaking for caucus, Representative Murphy, after we convene here in session at 11?
Representative Murphy.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Doubt, that is my plan, yes.
Representative Murphy.
I move that the House do now adjourn.
Representative Murphy moves that the House do now adjourn. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The House stands adjourned until 11 a.m. Tuesday, May 6, 2014.